You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So good to know that I need you around. You are my You are my Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my you are my you are my every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. You are my you are my you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So good to know that I need you around. You are my
All right, welcome back, everybody. It is I, Educatinator, also known as Educast, with Stephazoid. I'm fumbled my name because I forgot I changed it recently, but hi, welcome back to the IGLeague. We are joined by myself, Hydra as observer, and of course Stephazoid as my co-caster. And we have two teams to start off today. It's going to be Team Godspeed versus HYE. So yeah, I'm excited to see what's going to happen today. Steph, how are you feeling?
I'm excited. We've seen Godspeed. I've seen Godspeed play. I haven't seen High play though, so I'm excited for this matchup right now.
And I gotta say the same thing. I have not seen High. I will say, point off right off the bat. We are gonna be on the map Bind for game one, and there's only gonna be best of one for the games going up to the finals. So Bind is the map where you're gonna see, Godspeed. They popped off last time on Bind, so I'm excited to see if they're going to do that again. And we also have to point out a little bit of a rank discrepancy coming out from the attacking side, HYE. I mean, we're up against Immortals, and these guys are sitting around Ascendant for the attackers, so maybe that might play into account, but these guys are all here ready to try to win it. And of course, what are they winning? They're winning a prize pool today, sponsored by NeonBlack. Welcome back to the series as well. So yeah, I'm excited to see what we're going to do getting into here. And Steph, how do you feel casting for IGL again?
Dude, I am so excited to be back. It's a lot of fun being here, and the players are just absolutely fantastic. So we've seen them pop off. Um, we're gonna see them pop off again, and having that little bit of discrepancy, I think that Ascendant being thrown into the mix kind of threw off a little bit of placement here. So I
Oh
don't
yeah.
think it's gonna be as much of a discrepancy as we might think about right off the
Oh
bat.
yeah. I just think it's funny. We're going in with the new rank system. Anybody can be anything nowadays. I've seen a bronze player hit immortal in the past 2 days. It's just a thing that has been going on. But ranks don't matter when it comes to an actual custom match with stakes on the line. And we've seen Godspeed bring their A game, so I'm excited to see what team HYE is going to do on attack on Bind. But it's all going to be whether we get into this game and see the team composition of Godspeed, because last time we saw, a Neon coming out from Godspeed that did not perform very well on one or two maps, but now we're getting ready to get into this game, and I'm excited to see what's going to happen.
I'm right there with you. Bind is again a Godspeed pick, if I'm not mistaken. So we might actually see that neon again. But I don't know. We'll see. They might change it up for us, give
I
us a
mean,
little bit of a different show.
yeah, Bind is good, but I really want to see a Raze on this map. Raze is such a powerful unit moving forward, especially since there's a lot of chokeholds. You're gonna see a chamber. That's kind of a given. The fact that he can teleport across the sites, but the only thing that's gonna determine that is the coach of these teams and the players as well. So who is gonna pick what to get into here right off the bat? We're seeing the defenders rocking a Sky, and that is exactly what Taiga was performing on last time. But we do see lots of great picks going on in favor of the initiators. We see both two Skies, and on the attacking side, Nick, he's rocking a Fade today. And I don't know how Fade does on Bind, to be honest. I mean, it's great with teleporter usage, but
I think Fade is actually a really strong pick on this map. We don't see her as often, but she is a newer character. But as far as like intel goes, I almost think that Fade is far more useful on Bind specifically than let's say like Sova is at its current state.
yeah. And that's the thing, with Sova, he's just not as good as he used to be. Not because of any nerfs, just because the meta kind of has shifted away from his favor. The best map that you want to see Sova on is a map like Ascent. Bind, however, not as many crucial lineups that you can do compared to just chucking an eye as Fade. And that's kind of what you want to see, but there we go. I love it. We already see Asagi rocking Raze right now. And I gotta say, Raze, my
Select
favorite
your
duelist
agent.
on this map. Just the way that she could slide right in, the defensive capabilities of just jumping in with the satchel charges, showing up with the showstopper. But KM Lord, he's gonna be rocking Fade. Honestly, these two teams very similar. The only difference is the duelist right now. Instead of a Raze, they're going with that Neon, which for me, but hey, we love seeing a Neon that can perform well, and it's just going to be what can Schlam do today on his main Neon. But let's get right in here and see what goes down. And Steph, who do you think is going to be the deciding factor? Just give me a quick prediction.
Right off the bat, I'm going to say it's Asagi on that raise. I think that's going to be the deciding factor. If Schlam can pull out being an extremely dominant player on this, then Isagi is going to lose out on this. But if Isagi is going to dominate as Raze does on this map specifically, um, it's going to be a win for them. That's my call on that.
Yeah, and that's the power of that character itself, is just Raze being overpowered. But here's one thing: attack side, I am thinking that right now, we have Team HYE. I think they're just gonna get in here and go for the dub. It's the only way that we can really see what's gonna really pop off here, and that's because their attacking side, a Neon on defense, yes, can rotate really fast and get some nice flanks, but it's just not as good as a Raze on attack, in my personal opinion. So I'm thinking attacking side has advantage right now, but we need to see if we're gonna load in. Is it taking forever for anybody else, or am I just crazy?
It's taking a little while.
It is, but hey, we're loading in. Hopefully, fingers crossed, the game doesn't crash on a player and then we have to have to remake. But we're in. We did it. We managed to make it to the game. All right, now we're gonna be following, of course, our observer Hydra for the day. And I gotta say, good luck to both teams, and a special shout out to the sponsor of the series, NeonBlack. If you guys ever want some nice chic clothing, NeonBlack, and everybody knows black looks good on everybody. So go ahead, check out their store if you guys want to. Buying from them supports the stream, and of course, if you guys are players, you could just take your prize money, put it back towards them, and they'll give us more next time. But let's move into this game here. It looks like we're going pistol round, just an average buy. We are seeing on Schlam, though, a frenzy on Neon. He's going to be able to slide in here and try to get some one taps, but it's all about how these attackers want to play it. And there we go, Schlam sliding right in there, getting one while Taiga gets the other, and Schlam trades out. He is 60 HP, but luckily we do see that Sky have a heal here. And these attackers, it's only a 3 against 5. We need to see Kaide, Simpy, Jet try to push in here to get one pick if possible. And oh, is Soggy getting absolutely shut down. Mox Zip takes down 2. And it's up to Nick now, who can't handle Mox and his powerful headhunter.
Mox getting those headshots though, landing them, just denying that push in through is absolutely fantastic. But hey, you mentioned Schlam being super good on attack, or not, yeah, on attack, but I mean, Schlam just rolled out and got 2 right off the bat. Not expected for me. I did not expect him to perform this well right off the bat. You know, we were joking around that we kind of judged it the last time. So seeing it pop off now, he's definitely going to give us a show.
And, you know, I might be wrong about everything I've ever said, but here we have Schlam. He's not going to get baited here, but the mark is coming out. A little bit of damage, but oh, that is a Spectre in the hands of Godspeed Schlam. He does not get spotted quite yet, but they know he's on the right-hand side. He hits 1. The stun coming out, gets himself a double kill while KM Lord gets 1, but Schlam, he's not done. He's ready to get another, and another stun comes out. Frenzy in hand, and that's a 4K flawless round for Schlam. Look at this guy coming in there. I think you're absolutely right. I said that he wasn't going to be good on defense, and he said bet. Well played, Schlam.
I'm a little impressed. He's definitely popping off on that defense, being a super aggressive, which is kind of what you want to see on a Neon on defense, is that they have so much potential to be aggressive, to get the push out and return back to site. And he's given us that show.
Yeah, and one thing I gotta say is I'm kind of feeling a little bit of a letdown coming out from HYE. I know that they were just on a, you know, eco round, maybe even a full save, trying to get weapons for this round. But they don't have any kills, but Asagi breaks the curse while Schlam and KM take down himself and his teammate. But there's another one. Davey on that buy round takes out KM Lord. This guy is in a great position to try to get another, but his Astra is already split over towards A. So we're going to see a little bit of a rotation coming out from this guy here, while Taiga, he's got that Bulldog in hand, which is just enough to get this pick down. But defense, it's a 3 against 2. You don't really have to push in, and they're just going to play it slow.
Slow is the best way to take it here on an aggressive point. You know, you're a couple people down, take it a little slow, get the pick, because you know that the enemy team is going to play slightly aggressive here. And we're seeing that with the chamber push.
And we do see that OpTT did get spotted here. With this util, he doesn't know if he's going to be able to get pushed here yet, but that teleporter in the chamber, he's been anchoring the entire time. Mox, he's ready to go. He's got a Phantom in hand. Only 16 bullets, but it's too late to reload now, and we're going to see a swing come out, and he gets the pick off on Davey.
Spike down B.
Clean shot so far here. Mox Zip, he's got 7 bullets remaining, and it's just enough to get the kill. Kaide's Simpy Jet is not going to win that one.
Gun here.
It was a fantastic hold off there, being able to anchor as a Sentinel, and I think that Chamber, this is where Chamber outweighs a lot of the other Sentinels, is his rotation power. So he can anchor for a longer period of time and not have to make that rotate. And
got himself an operator. This is a scary weapon in the hands of a chamber, and I don't know if Sky is quite ready to want to peek it.
with a Sheriff, we got to land those headshots beforehand. Unfortunately, isn't able to get it. Mox hitting his shots today.
He's not missing, and I gotta say, 6-0, rocking an operator and having enough money, so even if they do lose, they can still full buy. Economy, they're doing great. They won their bonus. The attackers now kind of forced to push into A. Now they lost their Sky. They have no real flashbangs. They're just relying on info. And Kaide Simply Jet. This is the Astra that you want to try to go in. KM Lord able to get one through the smoke, and Nick goes down. Spike is now down right outside the teleporter. There's no chance that they can rotate here unless they have any util left, but Astra is almost out of stars completely, and it's just gonna be this chamber. He needs to try to get another pick for his team, but that's gonna be a 3. He's not able to get one against Schlam. Phantom in hand takes down Brazy, but Kaide Simply Jet takes out one while Asagi gets the other. But OpTT, he's alone, and he's ready to still win this 1v1, but the bomb has been picked up by this Raze. He hears the rotates coming out, and what a clean shot onto OpTT. Not sure where he's looking, and that's gonna be a teleporter all the way back to B. 15 seconds remaining on the clock.
Grenade.
Nice grenade trying to push back one, and it will try to fiercely hold this site. but he does not go for the plant. Now he's forced to try to plant, and Taiga knows that. I'm not sure why Asagi wanted to fake it there.
That was an interesting one. I think that while the bomb is being thrown, like you've got the paint shells out, just go for the full plant. You know that they're pushing from that angle. Taiga was already in position though, and that was an excellently timed paint canister. The grenade just pushed him back just at the right time there. So being able to get that plant off would have been absolutely perfect. Gave him a little bit more time to hold off, but unfortunately, faked it there.
Yeah,
pros don't fake, man.
They don't fake, but they really should sometimes, okay? But that was not one of those times. Like, was not. It was not.
Recovering it.
It was just so bad. But now we have OpTT. He's holding short, and what a beautiful use of util. Slows down Mox, and the flashbang's coming out blinding KM, but there we go. Mox gets one, and the flank from Kaide Simply Jet able to take down one, but hey, it's a 2 against 3 already. Defense again in the lead here. They spot one. Mox is able to swing out and trade his teammate. Oh, but he's so low, he can't re-peek anymore. KM Lord, you're gonna have to come in clutch here, or Kaide Simply Jet is going to win this.
Out of the touches.
And what a clean shot there. Everybody's doing so good right now. And defenders 5-0 while we wait for the stream to reconnect. But I think we do have it. So anyways, we're back in. I didn't notice that it was down for a little bit, but hey, we're still here. We're still casting, and 5-0 is the scoreboard right now. Honestly, we're looking at this Chamber on the attacking side. He is 0-5, not even an assist yet, and it's kind of sad to see that.
It's a rough place to be at, especially going up another Chamber who is currently dominating the map at the moment, denying every push possible.
Yeah, but, you know, speak too soon. Caster Curse coming out, and Brazy is going to get the first pick of the game for himself onto Schlam, who's a vital person that needs to die. But Taiga, even though concussed, is able to take down Davey. We are seeing these defenders rotating over that B site here. It's going to be a slow push here of Moxzip. He's got that there. Operator. He's ready to get the one tap. Seeing an ultimate nightmarish coming out from the fade, and Brazy is able to dodge it. He has that Vandal in hand, and what a shot from Mox, taking him down no matter what. OpTT's already pushed up on the site, does not have any utility quite left, so it's all about how they can get this together. These two defenders, but that's gonna be a showstopper coming out, and it doesn't connect to anybody. Beautiful bait so far, and OpTT, he's just holding W to get in here, but he's not connecting his shots until just then. A clean headshot one. Mox, he's all alone.
One enemy
And
remaining.
OpTT swinging out now, gets one. Nick trying to get a peek off, only has the Sheriff. He can't connect it, and you know, pros don't fake. What a play. OpTT defending his teammate and getting himself a triple down.
It was a beautiful retake there. This is the first time the bomb has gone down. If you haven't noticed, High has been struggling to get on site completely, and this was the first round they actually got the bomb down. It was unfortunate timing because we had so many ults in play on Godspeed. We still have 4 of them on the board at the moment, so they're utilizing that. But we do also have 4 on High's team, so we might get to see a little bit more of that util coming out, especially from ults, being able to get them on the site.
Yeah, and that's the most important thing, is just powerful approaching of site. And honestly, they're not doing terrible right now for these attacking side. I mean, we just saw Kaide Simply Jet take down Taiga, and Schlam, he's forced to teleport out. These attackers now have B. They can just push with those Seekers, get themselves on a site. A bomb will get planted yet again, but hey, we're seeing that the defensive team's retaking powers are very strong here. And a portal gets taken. Now, Schlam, is he going to be on the aggressive to try to flank? But Davey, he's able to hold this down, get one, but no, he can't. Not against OpTT and KM Lord. Clean shots all around, but Brazy, he's inside a tube. He wants to keep getting these picks.
Brazy's holding his patience there. He knows the op is there, holding for him, sees it. 2 going down right off the bat.
And honestly, I mean, this ultimate is just what they need, while Mox is getting yet another one. They go for the defensive bait here, but oh my, he is vulnerable and all alone. He's trying to stick it, but do they know? They do, and Kaide Simply Jet gets himself a 4K for it, and I just love it. I love everything that these guys are doing, and hopefully we see that happen yet again.
So round 7, we finally get the spike down, finally get a round win, and then we saw a lot more util coming out and being utilized in the best ways possible. We didn't see much success with util coming out in the previous round, so seeing it this round, will we be able to see it again? 3 more ults on the board, pushing a little bit towards A this round.
Yeah, and honestly, we're seeing a lot of a split push coming out. You know, ever since split got removed, we haven't seen a lot of maps that can separate teams on attack very early in the game, but Bind is the map that kind of leaves you here with that. So I want to see what's going to happen. Brazy, he's got his tour de force out, and he's ready to try to get a beautiful clip here. Maybe all of the damage that he needs for his team, but you know, where he's currently competing with, it's just not working out. But OpTT, he's holding this down. He's got to be patient here. We do see Fade Nick wanting to use that ultimate. HYE playing this extra slow, and the defense is allowing them to. Usually Schlam would push out by now, but there we go. Schlam is able to get out of that bad position in shower. And we still have 2 in short. We are having a Fade ultimate coming out, and now these attackers, they're just holding W. They want to get in. And Schlam and KM, they take down 2 players before Schlam gets taken down. But KM, he's ready for another, but Asagi gets it while Nick trades for OPTT, and Asagi gets another one, leaving only Mox Zip alive. He's got himself that operator. He is 10-1 with a little bit of cash remaining, so he's probably going to save this, though. He does not want to push on the defensive retake with only an operator in a 1v3 because he's facing off against that tour de force. It's going to completely hold people down and see what's going to go on.
Absolutely. Best position here is to hold for that save, and knowing that he's coming up against Brazy and the tour de force, it's not something you want to push. It's a 1v3 against that. You're in a little bit of a tight spot. Sagi, though, coming in with those clutch kills, being able to take out and take control of showers is how they take control of that entire site.
Yeah, and I mean, he's just playing it extra slow. He's got this operator. He hasn't used any of his headhunter yet, so that's a lot of cash saved. Not trying to get these one taps, so let's see what's going to happen here with the attackers. They're just going to sit inside. They don't want to push. They know he's got an operator, so both of those teams played it rather well, but now we're moving on to round 9 here. And I'm kind of excited to see if these attackers are going to be able to continue the momentum they've built up over the past 2 rounds.
Oh, absolutely. You know, your goal here is to get at minimum a 6-6, and hopefully we're going to see that. And we're seeing a lot of High's team readjusting very smoothly to how Godspeed is playing, how they're playing defense, how they move as players as it is. So we're seeing those little bits of detail here coming out.
I mean, we are seeing KM Lord with that operator in hand now because Mox is popping the tour de force, which is a great play for their economy here. But now, let's see what's going to happen. We have Brazy. He's got that Vandal, and he's trying to peek against Mox Zip, but he's not going to get flash quite yet, and he's just going to keep holding this angle. He has a teleport if available. He's able to connect 1 shot and 2 nice clean picks. And now the spike is down. Brazy, you're going to have to get this trade if you want the spike or if you want to still win this round. We could see a potential flank coming out, but now he's got the spike. And look at that, Mox Zip unable to connect the shot, but Schlam, he's on the flank behind them all the way in B. And we love what Schlam, he's got this.
Gun here.
Being sneaky, being able, like, this is also one of those huge things just for intel. Knows that nobody else is B long. They have to be within market or rotating already.
He was able to dodge 1 so far, and now he needs it to happen again. He's able to dash right through it, but what the slam? He's just slamming down on these people, able to slide right in and get the cleanest headshot I've ever seen while rumbling through it. But what a play. He's got that Vandal. Last one is Nick, though. He's on the flank behind these defenders, but he's not connecting the shots. 13 seconds remaining. The spike is down. There's no chance for him to win this round, but can he potentially get the picks off here? And these defenders, they know that. They're going to be holding back, but oh, Nick gets it. Only 3 seconds remaining. We see Schlam. He's playing it back. He does not want to risk losing the round. Now he's going to swing out. And they just both know not to peek, but Schlam, he still gets those triple kills.
Schlam, that was an absolutely insane play by Schlam there. Being able to get that headshot and get Spike down wins them that round entirely. But you know, we want to talk about Nick taking off both ops off the playing field. Makes it a little bit more of an expensive play here for Godspeed. So we're not seeing that op in play at all this round.
Yeah, honestly, we're seeing a lot of economy lost, and that's a great point you bring up there, because I probably wouldn't have seen how many different weapons they lost. I mean, the attackers, though, their economy's not looking too great either. Kaide forcing up a Guardian, but it pays off in the end. Takes down Schlam. Davey, though, he's in long, and he was trying to take B with his team. Spike is still down at Spices, though.
You know, playing a little bit more patiently this time. I think that both teams are readjusting now to how people are playing. KM Lord trying to get those kills off, but Simpy Jet just holding very well, making sure that he can't get those wins.
But here we go. Let's see what Brazy's gonna do. He's got that Vandal. He knows how to get the one taps, but it's just been such a slow round, and especially since you lost your fade, you get a lot less info. But these attackers, they have to rotate over to A, and we're actually seeing an aggressive attacking side Astra wall to get them out. Isagi, though, he's already dashed right onto the site. OpTT sitting right behind the wall, hoping that someone tries him here, but I don't think that these attackers are going to be like that. But oh, the pop flash comes out. OpTT gets 1 and 2, but he can't get the third while Brazy cleans it up, and it's all up to one defender. And oh my, you know, chamber diff has happened in the past, but Brazy, he's brought his all that round.
He has, and he's definitely picking up, you know, for a little bit there. We didn't see a kill on him until round 6, and here we are, you know, round 10 going into round 10, and we're seeing quite the change up here. He's being able to play a little better, move a little smoother, and he's landing his shots.
Yeah, and landing your shots is all that people ask of you if you're chamber on bind. Set your trip right on the staircase and Spices, and then go click on someone's head. If you can't do that, don't lock in chamber. And Brazy, he was unable to do that for a while, but now he's bringing it.
I'll find you.
Nice ultimates coming out, not able to connect anything, but Astra is going to get dropped. A 3-piece down for these attackers while they take the full control over site. And we still have 2 to defend this map here. And we have the fade on the flank. Is KM Lord with that Sheriff able to get a pick here? That's the biggest question, but it's all about if he can connect the shot on the guy not even being able to move right now. KM Lord, this is up to you to get that redemption shot off.
Last player
And
standing.
you can't. Kaide Simpy Jet able to get another kill. This Astra is really fragging out, and you rarely see an Astra be able to perform this well, but this guy, you know, has got your back. Mock Zip, though, he's got that headhunter. He's been saving these bullets for this moment. But maybe you should have saved a little bit more. That is not what you want to see. A flawless round for the attackers. Godspeed slowing down right now.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we're seeing High just live off of this entire boost up here, this momentum that they have, and they are just taking control of it. Eco being in kind of a little bit better of a place, but they're still looking so well on Eco for High. We've got the op now. We're going into super low on Godspeed. If we're not getting the kills here, we're gonna be in a little bit of a rough spot for the next round.
I'll find you.
We see a nice lineup there, not able to connect to anybody to get that visual tracking, but Schlam, he is still in long with his Sky, and these attackers, they like A. It's worked for them a few rounds in the past, and they just want to keep doing it.
Dude, we see Nick holding on to this ult here. We're gonna bring the darkness in a second, hopefully push the defense back just a little bit,
You know,
get them onto site.
I'm excited to see if that actually does it, though. The decay is the most powerful thing that his ultimate does, but it's just about how this one tap is going to go on. They need to try to get the trade onto the Astra OPTT, and here we go. Util coming out. He's backing up for the info, and it does spot Isagi, which makes it a clean shot for 1, but oh, what a pick off. OPTT taking down 1 while Nick gets the trade. It's now 4 against 3, and these attackers, they use so much util just to still be in showers and only get 1 pick.
Yeah, you got to take advantage of that util usage, especially ult going out. You have to take advantage of that space being made, that fear that's being put out. Just take advantage of it.
And take advantage it will be. What a shot from Mox. That is just so mean. And Nick, you're just not going to be good enough against the other Fade. Kaide, you're alone, and Mock Zip has an operator, and that's just what is going to happen. Now, one thing I will
Switching
say
sides.
is for a first half going 8-4 on defense for Team Godspeed, you know, they had a really solid opening in Bind before. When we watched them play against the Cake Sailors, they did quite well, especially because of their powerful neon flanks that we saw on the defensive side. Now, are we going to see that happen yet again with Schlam here? He's the duelist that needs to move forward here. It's no longer on the shoulders of Mox to hold angles. It's all about them actually getting onto site and going for that full taking possibility. And that, I'm going to say, Godspeed might run into some troubles, but we have to wait for
Go in
Pistol
my
to
mark,
give us the
huh?
answer as to why.
Absolutely. 8-4 is still an completely winnable area, and hopefully we'll see a little bit different of a defense here. We hear them running up long very quickly. Brazy holding close. Lands a shot, teleports out. Beautifully done.
Did take a little bit of damage, but they have a Sky, so they can absolutely heal it. But Mock Zip, he's ready to get the trade. He hears the people behind him. He's focusing all on the people behind him, and he gets the pick. What a clean shot onto Kaide Simp, and Schlam takes out Brazy. This is a 3 against 3, but Nick, he's on site, and oh, Mock Zip. Wait, did you... You could see his cuff of his shirt through Tube's wall, giving away his position. Now that needs to be fixed. Well played, Riot.
And
Right
all
now,
the intel you can
planted.
get, right?
all the intel, you know. Chamber, he's a French man with a lot of fashion, but that just might end up getting you killed. But Schlam here, you've got the classic in hand, and they're both watching CT. I don't know that the people are on the flank right now.
Spike is down.
Schlam gets spotted over by Lamps here, and Davey, he just wants to keep pushing forward. What
One
OpTT
enemy
from
remaining.
heaven, opening the door for another pick. The bomb is getting planted. These attackers are playing it perfectly. It's up to Davey to try to bait out these players, but he's running low on time, and Schlam does not care for him. What a clean headshot coming out from that Neon.
Last player standing.
But they're still gonna die.
Still won the round though, so you know you got to take that where you can. But I do want to point out, like, we knew that we had one in heaven. We didn't know that they were both in heaven. So getting that peek out there had too many angles just in one little small spot to look. Unable to get them both.
There.
And that's one thing that we can say. I mean, the defense was able to bring that back by taking down
Let's
Mox
make some
over on the
chaos.
attack, but I love that instead of the attackers planning on the first site that they got semi-control over, they waited and went all the way around and planted the bomb on A, which ended up winning them the game, and that's not a normal play for any ranked player. But defense, already taken down Schlam, and the spike still in the hands of the Astra. B-site is open, but Taiga, he's able to get 1 and 2. Beautiful spray pattern, and another one, but it's not enough. Nick able to get the pick, and now 3 against 3 with a B site completely
Obscuring
open for
vision.
them.
Sky's heals coming in clutch there. Nick being
Spike
back to
planted.
full health. Might get a little bit better here.
But here we go. You know, Spike down again. We know that Godspeed is able to hold Spike, especially since Mox
found
is
my
in
trap.
long with that Guardian.
This is a common position for a hold for defense as well. So we're going to see a little bit, yeah, util being used to find him and getting that kill off. Down to a 3v2.
That's a big pick, but they don't actually pick up his Guardian, choosing instead to opt for that Spectre.
One enemy remaining.
And honestly,
Last player standing.
I think you should have picked up the Guardian. That was a spray, but there we go. We pick it up, and KM Lord gets himself a triple kill at the end. You know, he's the one that wins those, I guess. And we're excited to say that Godspeed 10 and 4. They're just popping off right now, and they're bringing the same heat that they brought at the start of last half.
They are though. Nick, I want to point out on KM Lord, looking at the different fades here. KM Lord's got 9 assists already in this.
Who will I
You know,
spot
that's a
first?
little bit huge for a fade to have right off the bat.
Yeah, and, but we are seeing these defenders. They're now stunned, getting vulnerable. And Brazy, you're going to have to teleport out. Davey's unable to hold this down, but hey, Schlam, he's got that stinger in hand, and he's ready to slide right into these DMs of Brazy. Slides forward, but Brazy, he's able to get the pick. Moxzip tries to get the trade, but that is a lot of people inside a teleporter, but Brazy, he's going down. A Vandal's now in the hand of Moxzip. Only one bullet goes for the reload, and these 3 players are all inside a hookah. The bomb can't get planted at this moment, so they're just going to take the teleporter and run. But KM Lord, he is spotted out by 1, is able to take down 1 with that Guardian. But unfortunately, Isagi is able to get the trade off for him. Now, 2 against 2, we see an ulting Seekers coming out. Moxzip, he's ready to try to hold this down. He did pick up this Vandal over at that B site, so this bonus is winnable as long as Isagi doesn't get timing here by the flank. Ooh, this is close, and there we go, Taiga. It's just what you're gonna have happen.
That flash going out, giving the intel that Katie is on site.
With a blocking vision.
And what a clean headshot through the smoke with that Phantom, but it's not enough to kill Kaide's Simbi Jet, who wants to try to get this bomb defused, but there's no chance. Defense having to give up yet another round. The score going to be 11-4. And neither of the attackers die. You know, great round for everybody here, but defense, you're going to get knocked out early. HYE, I'm going to need to see something better, or else high is going to change to buy.
Oh no, they are looking like a little bit rough here. You know, the defense just isn't on point for this, and they're not catching on to the switch up that we're seeing from Godspeed. We're seeing a lot of pushes, aggressively getting a few picks, and then the fast rotate to another side. It's an interesting play, and it's working out so well for them.
Yeah, and I'm just hoping that they can bring this back. They are so far behind, but Taiga, what are you doing? You're pushing right in. You're not able to get the pick there, Asagi, but luckily Nick with that frenzy trades it off, gets 1 while Asagi takes down Taiga. It's now a 3 against 5. Moxzip, though, this is the man who wants to have a Vandal in hand. He spots 1, knows that Davies over to the right-hand side, decides to pick up his util, and now keeps holding forward. No picks, unfortunately, yet for either team here on that B side, but we haven't seen a rotation quite yet from the defenders. And there's a pick from KM. Lord takes out 1, but he can't get 2. Brazy gets 1, and on CT, he's on top of the tube, taking down another. Is he going to be able to get 1 while Mox takes down Nick? The answer is no, but hey, they have full control over site. Mox, a clean headshot onto Asagi. The spike is down, though, and Kaide knows it.
They don't know where Kaide is. There it is. And unfortunately,
wow.
the Astra diff.
Yeah, Astra diff indeed. Honestly, you know, I'd say Astra diff, but Kaide has been kind of bringing their A game. He's at 12-13, which isn't bad, but OpTT on that defense round did so well that they're also at 12 kills. So very even fight towards the end there. It just wasn't good enough. And now match point is in the hands of the attackers here. So they just have to win 1. And we're going to have to see a lot more dubs coming in from HYE before they become BYE.
There.
Can they get that momentum here? They're going to need it if they can.
Face your fear.
Seeing a nightmare coming out. Schlam, he's pushing in with it. And oh, wow, I love this aggressive push. And oh, no, Nick, you have your weapon down. It doesn't matter. Zip takes down 1. Schlam able to trade off another, but can't get the pick onto Kaide, who's been holding it down. But KM Lord, he's there for those. Attackers have control over A. They need to try to get that bomb planted, but the wall is now going down. We do have Sky in lamps for the flank and an ulting, attacking sided tour de force. Both chambers, they want to prove who is the real force to be toured here. Flashbang coming out. Teleports. Oh, nice pick from Brazy. But they still don't have control over that bomb yet.
1 enemy remaining.
But Davies getting another one. OPTT, you're going to have to hold this down. But what a beautiful use of util, pushing them off of the bomb.
1 enemy
And Davey
remaining.
gets picked down. Now, this could be the end of the game. It's up to Brazy to try to clutch it. He's not able to get the shot off. It does get a wall bang, but it doesn't matter to OPTT. Who says OP? The TT does not stand for overtime. Well played. And wow. And welcome back. But I got to say, you know, Steph, we saw Godspeed last time win the Weekday Warrior series, but I did not expect them to 13-4 the team HYE.
I did not either. It was their map pick. I knew that they would do relatively well. To be honest, I don't think we were seeing the Rays pop off the way that I would have hoped for against that Neon.
Yeah.
For me, that just there wasn't a lot of control that that Rays was bringing that Schlam actually brought to the field this time around 15, 12, and 4, and was the first kill, first blood in so many different rounds that he did so much for the team.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I was just thinking about it because you said the Rays wasn't bringing their A game. I don't think I saw a single boom bot. The
I
ent-
don't
I
I
don't
don't think you're
remember
wrong.
seeing. I don't think I saw a boom bot. I don't think that he remember that he had those because that's how to counter a neon. If a neon comes charging at you, send a boom bot right through that wall, and you now know where they are, or they have to slow down. But there was no boom bots. You're a
I
Rays.
I didn't even realize that there were no boom bots, to be honest with you. And to be honest, I don't remember seeing that many of the blast packs being utilized. There just
Like the
wasn't a whole
satchels.
lot of
Yeah, there wasn't.
great
Yeah,
util being used on that raise. To be honest, I didn't see a whole lot of util being used effectively
yeah.
on that side in general.
Yeah, and one thing that we got to say is even though the util usage wasn't as optimal as you need it to be to beat Godspeed, Kaide Simpy Jet, even though your name is a joke, your aim is not. Look at these sick shots that you were hitting today.
Absolutely.
You were keeping your team in it 14-14, the only person on that team to go positive, but that's all you really need. If the Astra's popping off, you get your 4 rounds of the game before you're getting absolutely clapped. So now what we're going to do is we're going to move into probably game 2 here. And if chat has it their way, we might watch Team Geo get absolutely rolled. But that's all that matters. So let's see what's going to happen here moving into the next game. right, everybody, welcome back to the IG League TV's best ever Neon Black series number 1. We do have Neon Black sponsoring the weekday warriors, so check us out if you are someone who likes to play during the weekday. But outside of that, we also have 2 new teams here. EMG, also known as Team Emergence, versus SOL, also known as Team Solstice. Now, Stephazoid, we haven't seen these teams compete, but are you excited about the map pick here?
I am. I personally love Haven. I think it's such an interesting map to watch players on.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I probably would not be Ascendant right now if it wasn't for the map Haven. I have such a high win rate on this map because it's just, if you can't take A, go C. If you can't take C, go B. That's it. That's the way you play Haven. It's the easiest game ever, and I love it. It is huge though, so you definitely need to see things like Omen. You need to see things like Neon. You got to see Jets. You got to see things that can move really quickly across the map. Brimstone, vital pick here just for his stim alone as a smoke. But Omen though, Omen is probably the best smoke that you're gonna see here. You know, you have other characters out there. Sky, very big on the map of Haven. Fade, pretty powerful as well. Sova potentially, but not as much mobility as you see on both Fade and the Sky. So I'm excited to see that in the team compositions here, and then really just finding out which team is better at utilizing their heroes against each other. You know, A, B, or C. Attacking side, you only have to fight against 1 or 2 people, so let's see what's going to happen. You know, I almost forgot about Yoru. Yoru is insanely good on Haven right now.
I am excited to see Yoru be put into play a little bit more here. Like you said, smokes are so vital to any team comp, almost across the board, but especially on this map. So we're definitely seeing an Omen come out here. Sentinels as well. It's going to be a question on whether or not we're going to see Cypher, you know, Chamber or Killjoy. Chamber kind of outweighing the Killjoys on most parts, but it looks like we're going to be seeing Killjoy on this map today.
And Killjoy on attack right now, you know, one thing, when these players pick, they know that they're going in attacking sides, so they have to be really confident if you're on attack to pick a Sentinel, especially on Haven like this. You know, she will always be near enough to her utility, but the second you have to rotate, that is a big commitment. Of if you put a turret down, you're not going to have that for maybe 45 seconds. If it takes any damage and you pick it up, it's a 45-second cooldown. And even if it doesn't take damage, it's a 20-second cooldown. And it does take a little bit of time to rotate, but that's the thing. You have to be very, very precise as to where you put your stuff. So, you know, but on the defense, you saw Cypher, as you said, Sentinels could be the deciding factor here, but on both teams, we see an Omen and a Neon, the 2 best characters for this map, just for the mobility and the ability to go from one site to the other. So I'm excited to see what's going to happen here.
I am too. We're also seeing a Breach come out on this map, which is something that I love to see. It's so rare that you see Breach being played on this one specifically. It's so just player specific, and Breach on this map I feel like is so powerful, and he's so underrated.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say that Breach is underrated. I would say that he's overhated, you know, because the one thing about him is he is probably the biggest and best initiator for pure concussive and mess up the other person across that wall. You know, if you want somebody to get you onto a site, you want it to either be a Breach or a KO. You know, that's the 2 players that you need to try to take it. And the power of Breach on this map is that from B site, he can concuss the people in most other places. So that's kind of the power. He's got long range capability, even though he is a relatively fast-paced character.
Absolutely. I do love seeing Cypher as a pick too. I'm a little iffy on him as far as this map goes. I just don't think he's as powerful as the other Sentinels, but we're off to a heavy start.
You know, that's one reason why he's powerful. He was able to get some info onto Solstice Complex, get 1 and 2, but he's not able to get a 3rd. But Sky took a little bit of damage there, and now these attackers have to try to push in. We have Solstice going through CT. A different kind of play here. Well, Christopher able to take down Cracks, but it's not going to be a pop flash enough. Beautiful shot coming out from the Sky, and now Spikes, you are ready to get onto the A. These attackers, I love that they are completely taking over the back line here, forcing a flip of a position here. You know, these attackers are now defending the site while the defenders are attacking through the same way that you normally see an attacking side go. But Cloud, you have a frenzy in hand. You are a Neon. You are the person that needs to get in here to kind of hit these one taps.
He's got to make the space here. Unfortunately, unable to do so.
I mean, good effort, I guess, but it's okay. A 2 against 2. They're still looking in heaven. They don't know where JSP is. The bomb gets planted, and what a swift rundown. Almost an ace coming out from the sky. You know, they were down 2 players against a rather large defensive composition, but they were able to bring it back by going through CT and playing it slow, and I love seeing it.
It was such a well-executed takeover right there. I do have some questions about Nyprex just staring into hell, hoping that nobody would push that smokes at him.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit risky staring at something that you know there's nobody there for, but you know, what if someone can teleport? You never know. Okay, what if there's ping lag, they phase through floorboards? There's a lot of different opportunities in the game Valorant. But Complex takes out Cloud9. Clean shot already. Attackers, they want to keep pushing forward, and this Sky is able to get another one, but Fauster, he's here to stay. Never mind, he died. But a shock dart coming out, not able to connect. It's all up to Mr. Christopher, who gets a nice clean double kill down with that classic. Gets himself a Spectre, has to hold it. He gets one, but he can't get the spray down. Honestly, almost brought it back with just that one classic in hand. I mean, a timeout's getting called from Team Emergence. Now, you know, one thing I gotta say, Emergence definitely needs this timeout, but I don't think that they need it this early. You know, you guys lost the second round, but that's to be expected. You got a lot of picks. You almost clutched it, in all honesty, because of the Astra just completely popping off. Christopher getting himself a 4-piece. But I gotta say, why would you want a timeout? And that's only gonna be a timeout that time will tell us about.
It's an interesting early timeout. You know, something's got to be going on for it to come out this early, but we are seeing some very aggressive plays from these attackers, and you want to see that in early game. You know, your pistol round, your eco round that you bounced off of there. You want to see the hyper aggression there, but they're not taking it slow at all. And in all honesty, I love this team comp. It's such a good comp for both defense and attack.
And we're seeing that, especially because they're just holding W to get out there. And what I kind of wish that we see now that they have a timeout is I want Fauster, who's been able to get 1 pick each round, to just try to hold his util a little bit better. He's been getting those frags and then getting traded off, but he's also playing a little bit more aggressively than most Cyphers play. But right now, he's got a whole setup coming out. I think that's what the timeout was for. He needed to look onto TikTok and see what the newest Cypher meta was, because now we're seeing what's going to happen. This is everybody pushing against him. And he doesn't get spotted. That dog, unable to connect. And they don't know where he is. The flashbang coming out, and the one-way. But it's not enough. He did hold that quite well, but the bomb is going to get down anyways. Cloud unable to hold from heaven because of the smoke getting dropped by the Omen. And now we're seeing Seekers, very early Seekers, only round 3, but Cloud, he's got that Vandal. And is that Vandal going to be enough here? Wow, Nyprex able to get that beautiful pick off onto Flipsy. And now they're all blind. A push coming out. Emergence able to take 2, but Cracked getting himself 2 down. And oh my, these defenders clean swept the entire site, getting in and able to defuse the bomb. Oh, no, Astra, you don't want your teammate to defuse, nah.
Christopher coming in with the troll plays already. We told them that there's no teabagging, which they weren't going to take seriously anyway, so they had to be creative here. And you know, Astra's a good way to be creative for that one.
Oh, of course. Yeah, and one thing, maybe that timeout was in their favor, but you really can't know the fact that it was their buy round anyways. I'm still shocked that that timeout even happened because it's a very early moment for it. But hey, it worked out. They were able to get a pick. They did lose 3 players during their buy round, so maybe it was a potential, hey, I want to make sure that I have enough for this buy round. But right now, attackers are still looking pretty good.
They are. They've got full buys out here. We're seeing a judge and a sheriff on defense here, so we'll see how that goes. Complex though, taking out Disco Wizzy.
And there goes their Sky. No more flashbangs for this defensive team here. I love this Astra. It's such a powerful util nowadays, and it gets slept on. Astra back in the day kind of was a one for nothing kind of person. You got in there, you got your smoke. She was very powerful, but then that nerf happened, and people just thought that she's completely unplayable. But we're seeing that she's still bringing a lot of game to this.
She is, and you know, util being used well is gonna make for a very rough time with her. Double kill coming out with that judge. Both out. Unfortunately,
too high.
A little high through that blind there, but taking out two pushes them back, has to force them into a different route, gives Cloud an upgrade on his weapon as well.
But here we go. Cloud, he's holding it. He wants to get some picks here. And these attackers, they're already rotating over to that A site, doing their best to move in.
30 seconds left.
But it's just a slow push. There's not a whole lot that they can do.
Time to hunt.
24
Dog getting
seconds
sent out. Yeah, 20 seconds. I will say that that's just enough to get the bomb planted if there were to be someone holding it. But what this dog did was give away that they were there. One is spotted over by Heaven, and they can't break it.
10 seconds.
And that actually might be the death of one, but he is able to get out. And luckily, they do get the bomb planted. Soul JSP takes down NeonBlack. And these defenders, they need to try to work together here. They're waiting for the Astra to push out, but that smoke is in the way. Cloud, he's making a little bit of noise in Heaven, maybe trying to buy some eyes for his then Astra to swing out and trade. And Astra is able to take down one, but he's
One
concussed.
enemy remaining.
Cloud takes out another. He's
Player
already dropped,
standing.
but the last one is in hell. And he's not going back. What a clean shot. Instead, using that gun to send the other person to hell. What a beautiful play coming out from the breach to clutch up for his team. And the attackers, they have won right after losing their bonus round. So that is a great momentum push forward.
That was, and you know, I talk about how strong this breach is, and his util being used is just fantastic. Being able to be in hell there. He saw one of his teammates go down and popped out a stun, and that pushed them back, forced them to not be able to push, and it caused that trade to come out. Cloud wasn't able to get both of them. He was only able to get one, and just solidified his hold.
And a solid hold is all they need, but Cloud, he's got his ultimate available, but I'm surprised he hasn't died through that massive spray of bullets right through that smoke. But hey, let's see what Cloud is going to do to get in here. He's going to just try to surface over, but no, he's actually just going to wait it out. He's not going to be pushing in. These attackers full pushing it out. We see that rolling thunder roll right through the site. Luckily, the smokes aren't able to get the defenders back into a better position to be in. Rolling thunder pushing them all the way off the site. And Complex, you are holding in logs here, and you're ready to get another one. But Crack takes out Foster. Complex takes out another one. And these defenders 3 against 5, and oh, it's a 2 against 5 with Checker getting another one. Cloud, you need to try to pick up a better gun and get in here, but you're not able to pick it up. Just these two. They're on an eco round. They're getting pushed in. Oh my god, Complex with the triple kill. These attackers are flawless right now.
They are. They're the use of the util, and they're, as a team, maximizing off of the space being created. You know, Rolling Thunder is such a powerful ultimate that everybody hates it. Everybody hates it because there's nothing you can do against it, and just pushed everybody off that site, allowed them full control, and they aren't letting us down.
And one thing that might be the only thing that will stop Solstice from getting onto the site and winning it is if we can see some ultimates coming out from the defensive side. They have right now Astra's ult, which will split a site in half or maybe even completely push them off. The one thing about Astra on this map is if you look at that mini map, one Astra ult covers C long, B main, and A long all the way through. That's the power of Astra on this map. It just completely cuts it in half. And now here we go. We're seeing these attackers. Are they going to be able to push into this? I like the bait with that. Oh, that was smart. But Fauster, he's watching it. He knows it was fake.
This also isn't the first time that we've seen Complex fake the dash. So it's a very interesting play, and I'm loving it. Not getting the pick here on Christopher, but knows that they are in B main, popping down some detail, giving them a little bit of a reason to double think that push.
Now Complex, he's ready to try this yet again. 1 for 1. They already broke a lot of the tripwires from this here player, Foster. He's able to take down one, and Checker gets dropped, but here we go. A push out, and Complex takes him down. Unfortunately, the Cypher was not able to hold just enough, but there's still Silva here in Nitrex. He's going to have to get in the pick. Cloud, he's in garage, and now he is no longer anywhere. We're seeing an ultimate getting dropped, and he's not able to connect to anybody. And what a play, though. Christopher takes out one in mid. We have a heal coming out, and now it's a 3 against 3. Bomb is planted, so Stolza still has a little bit of advantage, but we just need to see if we can have Complex get another pick. Flipsy's there to get one. Cracked gets another, leaving only Christopher to walk right into the bullets of this cracked breach.
They have such a good post-plant defense down. They're working so well together. I'm wondering if Emergence, we're going to see a little bit more team synergy on the attack. You know, defense is rather difficult when it comes to Haven. Having to be spread so thin across all 3 sites makes it a little bit difficult to hold. And the fact that they're pushing so aggressively because of that might be part of the issue here.
Yeah, and one thing is aggressiveness is either, you know, best offense is a good defense and best defense is good offense. So I'm excited to see how these players slowly learn what the best play against the enemy team is.
We're seeing such interesting placement of the Killjoy util here. You know, we had the turret sitting out into main to make sure that there's not a push from mid or from garage, rather than holding for the flank on A or C.
Yeah, and right now we have Cloud and his teammates trying to push forward, but these attackers, they want A. They've already gotten one pick. The Silva is dead. And Disco Wizzy, you're going to have to try to get a pick here, maybe some info with your dog, but they're just waiting out this moment smoke. And we also see a nice flank coming out, but they're just holding W. They're moving right into Complex. He's got that Vandal. He's not ready to give it up. And what another great shot. It's all up to the Cypher, though. He's got one gun, and that's all he needs. There's one, but it's not enough, though. Great shot coming out from Fauster before getting dropped by JSP. Great attempt from the Cypher.
It's always terrifying to peek a corner and have 4 people staring at you. Never an exciting thing.
Yeah, I mean, at least he was able to take out one gun from the attackers, but we see Complex there. He's got 8,600 credits. We see his teammate Flipsy with 8,400. You know, no matter how many times they lose guns or lose weapons, it's not going to be too much of an issue as long as they don't lose the round itself.
Yeah, their eco is so good right now, and we're not seeing the same from Emergence at the moment. Light shields with weapons, though, gotta land those headshots. Emergence coming out with 2. Soul, though, Cracked taking out 1. Getting a little bit of a trade there. Pushing in through the garage, Util's going out.
And what a clean shot coming out from Fauster there, but is he going to be able to get another one? Flipsy, he was spotted by the camera, but I don't think that it's going to be enough. We still have Cracked in mid.
Player standing.
And now we do not have Cracked in mid. And Fauster gets a clean shot. 2 kills down for this player, able to win it. And that's the most impressive part, is these defenders, even though they're having a rough time at the start, they actually are starting to pick up the pace and getting more trades in between these rounds here.
Absolutely, and we're seeing, you know, eco being utilized a little better here. We're getting those buys up. We're gonna bounce off of that, and we're gonna see Emergence come out maybe a little bit ahead here. You know, 6-6-2 is still a good place to be right now. Makes this first half an extremely winnable half. Still, you know, always the goal is to be minimum 6-6 or 8-4, and we're getting there.
Attackers now pushing forward. Fauster, he's got to hold this down. He has his util. He has his one-ways. You know, we know what this man does to try to win his games of Cypher. He's one of the best Cyphers we know, but it's up to him to try to hold this down.
Swarm grenade.
And it doesn't matter to Complex, who shuts him down. Clean headshot right through. Unfortunately, his util was not enough against the aim of the Jet here. And Flipsy takes out Cloud, still holding the flank, knows that there's a Sova. The bomb has been planted, but it's a 5 against 3. These defenders, Solstice needs to push forward. And they can't. Emergence, another pick down. They're stunned. I mean, it's a 2 against 5, and we're just going to see another save round. You know, and Disco Wizzy, He's at 4,800 credits with light armor, so both of them, light armor, they are not going to be able to get in here.
They are, and this is a smart move to pull back, save a little bit. We have 2 ults on the playing field. We do have 4 on Soul, though, so we're in a little bit of an iffy position. Gonna see a little bit of plays coming out that are probably gonna be a little bit more aggressive here, and you know, Complex having knives out saves a lot for Eco on the team as it is.
Yeah, and it does save a lot, but that Killjoy, Flipsy,
BYB
able to
fam.
push up
Going
into
to
Team
Astral
Long,
to do them
not able to get the
Astral
trade
Guardian
though.
things
And
I do.
that did turn a flawless round into not so flawless. But right now, attackers, they still have enough cash to keep this momentum going. We are seeing, of course, Cypher and Astra ult up. We have yet to actually see the defensive ultimate from Christopher yet, and I kind of want to see it. I want to see that Astra wall.
I'm loving Complex's jet plays here in mid. We're seeing the fakes from the dashes. We're seeing the one-way smokes that are coming out just to deny Garage any information that they could get just from that little crack in the doorway here.
That's great util going out there. Lots of info gathered. And one thing that has to be noted is information in this game. You can learn so much about not seeing something. And what a shot from Crack through the door. Not really caring and taking him down. But because we have that Sky Dog, they know there is nothing at A except for the Cypher, who's been there for a while. But is Fauster gonna be enough in heaven to try to hold this down? It's already smoked off for him, but his util, his one-ways are working in his favor. Fauster getting one, Jekker taking out Cloud though, and now it's gonna be Bomb is down, defense having to go for another retake. We still have Fauster with his ultimate, and of course we have the ult from Christopher. This is a 4 against 3, a very easily winnable round, as long as they work together and try to get one pick before entry. Flashbang's coming out. And there's the pick that you need, but JSP takes out Fauster, and Disco Izzy's in, but is he enough? He's not. It gets cracked, and attackers winning another one. Great effort.
This
Now,
Soul's hold after post-plant hold is absolutely spectacular. You know, we're seeing Cracked almost in the same positioning when they take over A. He's holding Hell, and he's holding Hell so well. They are unable to push in on the site, but that was an absolutely amazing attempt there by EMG. And we're little bit by little bit, we're getting a little better here on their reading of how this team is going to play.
Right there.
here we go. Christopher, he's ready to try to hold this down now. He's only having a Sheriff in hand. Decides to smoke it on the flank back, but Solstice, they do not want to go in quite yet. They don't know how many people are there, but these defenders have yet to rotate. Come on. And here's a dog for info. Is it going to be enough info? Rolling Thunder is going to come out in Complex. He's dashing right where he needs to. Very aggressive against this eco buy of these defenders. Is it going to be enough, though? And it is. Christopher with the Sheriff gets a clean headshot. And now Nightbrex is going to get dropped by JSP. Ooh, I love the attack and Killjoy ultimate, trying to force people off of the site, but it is wall bangable, and it gets shut down by Fauster, opening the door, but Crack takes out his Neon and his Sky, and Flipsy able to finally kill the solo Cypher.
Last round.
Fauster is putting in the biggest effort to hold site here. Again, though, I'm so curious as to Cypher is just such an interesting pick to me, you know, and we know that Fauster is a fantastic Cypher, you know, where we know that he's got his TikToks, he puts out tutorials, things like that, but I'm not seeing the team be able to capitalize off of that util as much.
Move.
Seeing that util in mid, going for those small little bits here. JSP and Cloud. Complex pushing in. We got 3 in there. Shock Dart coming out, getting a little bit of damage, but not quite enough here. Got that all going out, getting a tag here. 2 tags, you know, Jet's really low, but that Sky being able to pull off that heal puts them right back up and into the game at full health again. KJ just still slightly off. And we're seeing Emergence read Soul just a little better here. Going in for a little bit of a slow rotate now because they know that their hyper aggression is being read.
And here we go. I mean, these attackers, they are able to push forward, but they haven't gotten quite much of a pick yet. But NeonBlack takes down Flipsy. No more Killjoy to try to hold this down. And this is a beautiful play so far coming in. And
30 seconds left.
defense, they're just holding it down. B is kind of open though, but attackers, it's a risky position to move in here to get these picks. So let's see what's going to happen here. Cracked. He's ready to push forward.
Seeker's giving them away. Got 10 seconds to get that plant down. Beautiful, beautiful util being used by Cracked here, pushing Cypher back.
And what a play from Disco Wizzy. Gets himself two, but defenders win. Timer expired, and that's what I love seeing from an Astra wall. It actually pushed them off enough to get it done. But Cracked, he's not going to go down without a fight, and that's the end of the last round of the half. Honestly, a great job, and I gotta say, sorry, my audio must have cut out there for a little bit, but I am here for you guys, and now we're back 9-3, and I gotta say, Emergence, you're gonna have to try to emerge a little bit better than you were on the defense. You know, Solstice is coming out here, and they're just hitting hard. Cracked 17-3 on Breach right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's no better name for him at this current moment. 17-3 is a fantastic place to be as a Breach, you know, and in the util being used, there's no doubt that he knows the character, knows how he wants to be playing on this. We're seeing some creative stuff coming out from Cloud too with his walls.
And you gotta say, you gotta praise the creativity coming out, especially when you're facing off against Fauster, who is one of the most creative players, or not against, but with Fauster here. So you know that this team, Emergence, are very creative with getting their util down, and Disco Wizzy doesn't really care how creative his teammates are. He's just the guy who hits the heads. What a player. But Jekker, he's got to hold this down against everybody. He hears the rotates coming, he hears the people long, he hears the people sight, and he's getting surrounded. There's nothing he can do. Disco Wizzy gets another one. These defenders, they have to try to retake it, but there we go. Complex taking out two players, but does he get three? He does not against Niprex. Beautiful setup so far, but the flank from Flopsy gets himself a 2-kill, leaving only Fauster to try to still clutch up pistol round. This was a 5v2, now turned into a 5 against the world right now. But Fauster, what are you going to do? You get spotted.
Rough position to be in. Spike on site with defense. Crack, taking him down.
I mean, it sucks that he got timing, and I'm surprised that the attacking side, we saw from Complex getting a 2-piece, and then the back-to-back 2-piece when it rotated over to the perspective of the Killjoy. That was a clean flank and a wonderful one-tap here. So I'm excited to see what's going to happen moving forward, but the score is 10-3, and when you lose pistol round on a 9-3 curse, it's almost a very risky position to be in. You're going to have to force this round if you are Team Emergence here. And if they don't force, then they're just giving it up to their classic skill. Stun coming out. Cloud, he's slowed. He's got that shorty, so he's the kind of person that you want to be up in the charge here.
You do, and I think that Crack knew that, and that's why we denied that push, that quick push here. You do see the slow peak, though. Will he get this kill?
A very slow peak indeed, but timing is not in his favor, and the flashbang from the Breach. 3 against 1 there, opening the door, but it's just gonna shut in his face. Fauster taken down by Flipsy. Almost had a beautiful attempt at taking B site, but now it's Christopher pushing up. Spots by Jekker, but Jekker's got the spray down, but it doesn't matter to Niprex, who takes it off. But Flipsy in garage with the final trade. Great plays, but the score is 3-11. I don't know how we're going to see a potential comeback coming in from Emergence. They need to bring this all the way back if they want to clutch, and only 2 are needed to win the game if you are Team Solstice.
That is true. It's a rough spot to be in, and I mean, I'm terrified to push any site that Breach can be at. You know, you have no idea where Cracked is located, and they're just playing off of his util so well as a team. You know, last round we just watched Sky and Jet push up and utilize his util, and that was it. That's all they needed.
But Solstice, he's ready to push in with his team. Cracked is in the front. We have the Sky, but Cloud, he's on the defensive. This is their buy round. They did save last round just for this, but Nyprex and Checker, oh my God. There's no mercy in the name Solstice. It just doesn't fit. But right now, we're seeing these defenders kind of panicking to try to get a surrounding around these attackers. Emergence, you need to get a pick, and you need Cloud to perform for you. This man is not going to be enough while Flipsy takes out Disco Wizzy. Cloud and Christopher trying your best. Your creative walls might not be enough to clutch up, though, but Christopher, his aim is what you need. There's another pick. He's got that Vandal, though. And they're forced here, but oh no, Cloud, he is gonna get spotted by Joker or Jekker. They now teleport out. I love that placement of the Killjoy turret, kind of forcing them to stay there. 30 seconds remaining on the clock. This is all for match point here.
30 seconds left.
4v2. Half health on 2 of them, though, so we're close to a 2v3. Closer.
20 seconds remaining. They got to push in. And oh, I love that the Omen's been holding onto his paranoia. Cloud gets shut down, and Cracked gets himself a 2-piece near the end. You know, defense, they were very frugal with their utility, able to shut down emergency pushes. But I gotta point out this, now that we're at match point advantage given over to the team of Solstice, Cloud, what are you doing right now? I gotta ask. You're the duelist. You're supposed to be the guy that gets your team onto site, and you're sitting 3 to 15 with not a whole lot of assists either.
Yeah, I'm a little questioning on that one as well. You're Foster's sitting here at 11-13. He's on the top of the leaderboard for Emergence at the current moment, and your Sentinel is kind of a rough one to have at your top of the field. You're not making the space for them to push on. We get that 1 kill off onto Nyprex getting taken out early game here.
And here we go, Complex. He's got that operator. Christopher, you need to try to get the swing down, but oh my God, Crack taking down Cloud. The judge is just not enough, and oh my, there is definitely a lot of discrepancy coming in from these two teams. Just one is not caring, and the other is just crushing it. Complex here, are you about to take down another pick? You're not. You whiffed the shot, and that's gonna get you killed. What a pick from Fauster right through the boxes. Christopher, you need to hold forward, get another one, and you do. This is all up to them to try to keep it in the game. It might be 3 to 12, but it's not over yet. It's up to this Omen and Sky to clutch up, or we could see Emergence emerge with better mentality. Now, Fauster, you're holding this down, but you're not connecting the shot. Jekker taking you down, and that's gonna be the end of Emergence. GG for all teams, and look at that. Bomb is gonna get defused. Final score 3 to 13. And now,
what a show, though.
Defenders win.
It was a beautiful show going forward. Honestly, we got to give a round of applause to Fauster and Christopher. Those two attackers were able, and on defense especially, able to try to hold that down. You know, I learned something new about what Cypher could do, and I also really like to recognize the fact that Astra was bringing their A game. That, you know, wall, it was able to get the smokes down, the stuns down, you know, but oh my God, we got to talk about Cloud. Steph, how do you feel about that Neon?
I don't think it's the pick, man. It's so rare that I actually think that Neon is the pick. I don't think that there are many people who know how to play her well, and she just doesn't fit in with a team comp as well as people think she does.
Yeah, I mean, my favorite combination is a Brimstone with a Neon, because when you have a Brim and a Neon, your team doesn't get left in the dust by Neon running forward. You just send your team and you're able to go in. But looking at this defensive side, Neon was the only person with the mobility to keep up. There wasn't any other like movement error or anything like that. So Cloud was kind of left alone to solo, and he got met by people who just were better. Solstice, Cracked, 21-4 right now, completely crushing it in this single elimination. But hey, we still have a few more games until the finals, and I'm staying for all of them. So, you know, I'm excited to see what's going to happen from this next game. But congratulations to Solstice for knocking down Team Emergence there.
See you soon. and we're back with game 3 of the Neon Black tournament. We're on Haven once again, though, with Solstice v Remnant. Ed, how do you think this is going to go? We just saw Solstice with a dominating finish here.
I gotta say, we did see Solstice go 13-3 against, arguably really high skilled players. And I'm excited to see what they can do against Remnant, though. And we are on Haven, as you said. And the one thing about Haven, if you are on Haven back to back, it's the map where you have to kind of warm up to feel it. And they just got an entire game worth of warm up. So I don't know if Remnant's going to be able to take this, but they did just have a vital game right before this behind the scenes. So, Steph, my question to you is, do you think that if you were on these teams, you'd be able to keep your cool and move into the next? Because every time the odds are stacked against you, even higher and higher on the ladder you go.
You know, honestly, like tournaments terrify me. I never think that I'm going to do well in them. And seeing a team like Solstice do so well, and even just like, because we know that Remnant was just in another match. So knowing how well they performed on Haven, I'd be a little scared in their shoes just to see the same team matchup or anything else coming out from this team.
Yeah, and I'm kind of excited to see what their team matchup is. We saw last game, Emergence. They came in with a Neon that did not come out. It did not come out on top. And I'm excited to see if Complex is doing the Jet again. Are we going to see, of course, Cracked on his full util breach that just shredded people? Or are we going to see people like Toxin? I think I might have seen Toxin play previously before. But one thing, he's a great player. The question I have is he going to be enough? But that's only going to be decided once we get into this game and see what the picks are and see how pistol round goes. So let's get straight into the game and see how things are moving forward for Team Solstice, or are they going to get dethroned by Remnant?
You know, I'm interested to see in the team comps, will they be as strong? We're going to see the same things like you said. I think we're going to see more neons in this. We're going to see Cypher again, or we're going to
Yeah.
see a little bit different here. I'd like to see Chambers personally.
I mean, Chamber is a solid pick on this map, especially because all the long range, the swing out on A site, the C long hold, the single trip you need is just in garage. So it covers everything. But right off the bat, we're seeing a Chamber and, a repeat of last game. We're seeing Flipsy on Killjoy. So a little bit of everything going off here. And I'm excited to see what's really going to happen. But yeah, it's the same team comp. The only difference might be JSP. Just kidding. He likes his Sky. Same exact team comp for Solstice. That's why they wanted this map. But looking at the team Remnant, very similar team comp here with a Jet. But outside of that, nothing else. It's different. It is going to be really just seeing how they can counterpick what they just saw here. Because KO is so strong against Killjoy. If she gets hit by that knife, she can't do anything outside of her aim. So let's see what's going to happen moving forward with, hopefully we see that KO get locked in. If the KO doesn't get locked in, it's going to be a GG, in my opinion. I don't know if they can beat Flipsy's util because they're starting off on defense here. So, but
It's an interesting, I like this comp. This is a great comp, a counter comp, for lack of a better term, to
Right.
what Solstice has provided. The Astra's giving you the same type of smokes, a lot of strong util that can be used there for seeing the team maximize, whatever is being done by Toxin on that character. But seeing the Sova, we're getting that util coming out as well, or the info being able to come out, and Chamber is just an absolutely fantastic pick, in my opinion. As far as Sentinels go, he provides so much, especially for this map.
Yeah, and I gotta say, with Goop going on KO, the Sentinel, we have the Chambers coming out, but in a Sentinel v Sentinel fight, Killjoy just takes the cake. I mean, Chamber, he's not a Sentinel anymore. Yes, he can teleport away, so can Yoru. Yes, he can get information with a trip behind, so can Killjoy. It's different, but the power that he has is on eco rounds. Chamber doesn't have to buy. He's got his Tour de Force. He doesn't have to buy in an eco. He's got his Headhunter. Anytime he's got a Pocket Guardian, and that's just a little bit unfair against most people in pistol round, but it's all about how we're going to see Goop, Goody Bear, and of course one of our favorites, Toxin, move in to clutch this up. I'm already expecting Perk to do well, but the guys that we need to see really pop off from Team Remnant is going to be the characters that don't normally do that, like Astra, Sova, and KO.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm definitely excited for this, and seeing them on defense, Solstice on defense right off the bat is one of my favorite, is going to be one of my favorite things here. I think that they hold so well together and just work so great off of each other's util.
Yeah, and that's kind of the point with these team compositions, is moving their team forward and being able to hold while not using a lot of util. The power of utility is, and also the downside of it, is that you only get 2 or 3 of each. So, correct. You're alone on B, and you're getting pushed by a lot of different attackers on your front here. But, correct. You've got that classic in hand. You still have full util. You're ready to try to pop it off here. Trevor coming out, stunning the Jet, and what a clean shot. Oh, everybody's dying right now. And the flank's coming out, but it's just up to Goop here in a 1v2. And he's already dead. That was the fastest round ever. The defenders were just able to completely sideswipe it and clean up every single person on the site in a matter of seconds.
That was pretty insane. But being able to come out of that on round 1 with 3 taken out on the defense is still huge. I mean, there was so much damage put out on the last 2 remaining characters. They're in a good position even still, you know. Losing the first round or 2 is not the end of the world here.
Yeah, and of course it's not the end of the world, but it might be telling us, you know, what happened near the end there. We saw both teams go blow for blow as fast and rapid as possible, which is gonna hopefully tell us how this game's gonna go. A blow for blow game, rapid and fast as possible. And on a map like Haven, I'm excited to see that. But that's my prediction. Now it's for the players to decide if I'm right. And we already have the attackers going in fast. They're pushing forward, vulnerable as all get out. They need to try to get in here to get the 1 tap. And what a clean pick going in. And what a shot from a flawless round. I mean, yes, they're going up against a eco buy. It's second round. It's their force. It's going to be an easy round, but that's just such a spray down, completely crushing it for everyone there. But now we're moving into the next round here. We have full purchases coming out from both sides, a force buy from the bonusing round on Solstice, and we're also seeing a now full buy rifles up on Team Remnant. So hopefully they can try to let the sun set on this Solstice player. All right, smokes are coming out over on that side near garage, and what a pick. Oh, Goop is able to take down one, but he's blind. JSP taking down Goody Bear. But look at that, they're already having a body advantage and a weapon advantage, but Complex on the flank does take out Oasis. Does have that beautiful Phantom in hand, though. And we've seen what Complex can do when down on his luck. It's a 3 against 3, and he has a rifle in hand. Flipsy on that flank we've seen so many times before. Unable to get the pick, and Perk, though, able to trade off one. Cracks, taking a little bit of damage, but now it's both of them in garage. 1 left, it's up to Goop. He's 1 HP. Any body shot is all that they need. And it doesn't matter. You don't need to get a body shot if you can get a headshot. Clean shot from Complex. Now, one thing I gotta point out is that was the buy round for the attacking side, and it just wasn't good enough. Goop is gonna get shut down at the end there, but right now it's gonna be another timeout, and I'm excited to see if this timeout is gonna be enough. You know, if I was on Team Solstice, I'd be asking myself, what do you think the attackers need to change to beat me? Because I'm Team Solstice. I have what I need to hold the sites, and
Right there.
we might actually see
Right
that coming
there.
out. We have an operator from Complex here, so maybe the op is going to shut down the now refreshed and post timeout, but really it's just gonna be what happens here moving forward. Again, they have to kind of force this or buy next, and they're going with the buy next option, which is kind of smart. If they're able to take down the operator on that jet, they are able to try to get some ults built up. They're very close to goops, but now let's get in here. So
Alarm bot out.
moving forward,
Placing
not a
swarm
whole lot yet. We're gonna try our best to get this going. Attackers doing what they can to push forward. Perk able to take down Flipsy here. Clean shot from Jekor, but is it going to be another one coming in? He's got that Vandal in hand, and JSP taking down Astra. Not going to be enough though. Slow push coming in. Three against four. I mean, the attackers, they had a timeout for this, but really, it's more so just getting your bearings here. We still have a headhunter on that chamber, going for that rotate, but wow. These guys, information gathered from that flashbang. Defense is looking great right now. Solstice is not going to be giving it up.
"30 seconds left."
Still just a slow push onto B, and we have Complex there. He's holding it with the operator, and that's what happens when an op is in the hands of a Jet who does not like to miss. And there's another one. Is he going to get himself a third? He is not. So let's see what is going to move forward here. And I do know that we might have to have a slight pause time going on right now. There is going to be a little bit of a technical pause. We do have some audio issues coming out there, so if you guys can be patient with us during this time, we do ask that you thank the sponsor, NeonBlack. And chat, I want to ask you all, who do you think is gonna win this? Right now we're seeing a heavy lead towards Solstice, but it still could be anybody's game, so I'm excited to see what is gonna happen from the team Remnant versus Solstice. You guys tell me what is the best, and we'll get right in here for everything. But as of right now, we're gonna have a slight pause, so we'll try to be back as soon as possible. With that, we might just be watching the teams jump around and see what goes on.
She's a diamond, I'm the rest. Wanna lay you down, I'll try my heart. Though I know gold is not enough. I know gold is not enough. She's a diamond, I'm the rest. Wanna lay you down.
Alrighty, and we're back.
All right,
Round
welcome back,
5.
everybody. Unfortunately, we are having a little bit of audio issues still on my end, but what I can do for you guys is we're just gonna have the game play out. I know Steph is always gonna try to cast for you guys. I will be back shortly, but thank you so much for your patience, and we do appreciate NeonBlack, of course, for sponsoring us. But so sorry for interrupting the game. But next, we're gonna see what's gonna happen from Soul versus Remnant.
Round 5 on the board. Util coming out. Holding a little close. Hear that Util out in mid, so we're making that rotate here. Giving up A right now.
They found my trap.
Quick push in the garage. We're seeing so much Util coming out. Asher already off the board right now. Flipsy getting Goody Bear out in garage. Coming back to hold on to C site with Complex. Being slightly out of range from that util, but that's alright. Just holding for those slow pushes here.
30
But a
seconds
little bit
left.
more cautiously, knowing that we're at a 4-0 defense, down to 3 players though. Amolace is taking out Flipsy on that flank. 2 more back there though. Do they know they are there? Well, Cracked is holding for that B push. Jekker taking one out. JSP taking out another. Down to that 1 player left. Jeff going for the push is stunned. And is taking out Complex. Unfortunately, Jekker ready for that trade in C long. It's a fantastic round win there. A lot of great holds coming out of Solstice though. We already saw last game. We know how they work on this and they work so well together as a team, barely peaking 1v1. And they're making sure that this defense is going to be one that is going to be rough for Remnant to come back from. Ash Stars being placed. Need that util out as early as possible. We're going to see Toxin maybe give us an ult here, closing off. You know, if you were here for last game, we did hear Ed talk about how her ult is just so strong, being able to cut off the entire map, forcing the team to be a little bit questionable on how we are going to push. You know, Flipsy getting Goody Bear perk, coming up with that trade out with those knives though. Cracked. Just taking teammates out. Seekers out, going for those last 3 players, knowing that they're going mid. Gives us a little bit of intel, doesn't fully tell us which way they are going to move. Does look like they are cheesing towards A side though. We have no flanks out. Ashes Stars once again going out, trying to just get us on to site, which is what you want to see from a good smoker. Site is completely clear, but anything we have seen from Solstice, they know how to use their util and get back onto site. Plant is down. JSP going for the flash out here. Perk taking out Crack, but Complex taking out Perk here. Down to a solid 2v3, and they are not enough for this full take. Jekker and Complex clutching out that round though. You know, chat, Solstice has such a strong defense. We saw them really aggressive and do really well on attack earlier, but they have such an amazingly strong defense. They know how to work off of that util. Cracked is not here at the top of the leaderboard, hard carrying like he was last game, but his util has been so vital in allowing his team to get so many kills. Enemy team. No attackers looking like they're gonna cheese a little bit more towards A and B. We do see that pretty often though. the slight pushes, the gatherings in those areas is very common for that little peak on C. It's very rare that we see that push straight up to the left there onto C, unless we're getting that pick or we're going so aggressive. It does look like we're getting another tech pause here. Just small. Holding off. Little issues here and there. It happens. It's alright, guys. I'm sorry I'm not as energetic as Eddie's here on our casting, but, you know, we're getting through it together. Solstice coming out with some great plays, though. You know, I do want to talk a little bit more about how Remnant is doing. They're doing very well. Goody Bear's in a little bit of a questionable spot, though. You know, we're 0-6-1, but we do have full buys across the board. Hopefully, you know, we'll see that Tour de Force coming out next round or after a kill here. We got 6 out of 7 points up there. Doing a little bit more. I think that Chamber's going to be a lot more beneficial on that defensive half rather than this attacker half. It doesn't open up quite as much, but having that Jet be the duelist here, be the entry, allows for that. We do have 2 ults though on the attacker site. You know, Goop might being able to pull out his ult, shutting down everything that is util heavy on Solstice's side. You know, I'm so adamant about mentioning Solstice's use of their util. Being able to shut that down will put them in a pretty good position to push onto site here. Flipsy just holding flank so well, guys. As far as killjoys go, it's rare that you see killjoys played so often, especially in like pro play. I'm a killjoy main myself, so seeing that here is absolutely fantastic to see. We are getting there slowly and surely. You know, we saw those jet knives going out on both complex and perks. We got, you know, getting those 1v1s here. These replays, I hope you guys are enjoying it greatly. Seeing these fantastic plays coming out though. Complex and Jekker holding out, you know, getting that retake. JSP's flash coming from heaven did so much for them to take as well. I'm hoping as we continue on, you know, our next tournament, we're going to hopefully be able to see some Pearl in the map pool here too. And I'm excited for that as well. 2 weeks is such a long time to wait for it to hit into competitive pools. So we're going to be able to see that into our tournaments as well. Once again, I hope you guys are enjoying this. Check out NeonBlack, get some sweet merch. Come on back to the show. I love that our impatience brings us to jumping around fantastically, crouching continuously. That's how we communicate in this game. We all know this. Looks like we are back to a start with a full push going straight towards A. Goop coming in with that ult going off. Quick pushes here. Till out knives, getting info, telling you that nobody is on site. Does look like Solstice was not entirely ready for this though. Beautiful push coming out. Util coming out from Goop. Pushing the team Solstice off of site. KJ's ult going out though. We do know that this is going to be a difficult thing. Goody Bear taking out to Complex. Cracked. Flipsy. And coming out down, bringing this defense 3-1. We have Goody Bear coming back full rotate. We do know that he was holding that flank. It does look like he's gonna go straight for a save though. Pushing out, very low health. Doesn't think he'll be able to make this retake. Defenders winning 7-0.
I should play some Astral Stars in this reality.
We're talking about Solstice coming back from this timeout. Not entirely ready, but just doing so well on that retake. Being able to come back into here. Taking that round to win, even though they weren't ready, is huge. We see
Placing
Some
swarm
strong
grenade.
pushes into B here. Into mid. Going towards garage. Still coming out. We hear that quick push towards B. So many footsteps in grass. Which is such good information to have here. But we're going to slow down just enough. Try to readjust how we are going to push. We're not getting any picks just yet. So we're holding those angles, seeing what we can get. Drones out. JSP throwing out a flash just to make sure that he isn't seen here. Complex getting Goody Bear though. Taking down one. Do have three pushing in, one on site. Blind is out. Going for the quick move. Dart giving away that position. They know they are there.
No chance. Right here.
Oasis taking out Jekker Garage. We're down to a 4v2. Complex, Soul Cracked, taking them down. Defenders winning 8-0. Do we think that we're going to get back up here, chat? We're at an 8-0 lead on Solstice. Remnant putting up good pushes, but aren't able to execute that hold after they get onto site. It's a hard one to come back from. Hopefully we'll start seeing a little bit of pickup here. We have a little bit of a mixed buy, a couple sheriffs, 2 vandals out here on Remnant. Hopefully be able to get this. JSP holding that long point, getting that flash out, trying to get early info, get some, knows there are some faces there to be seen. Oasis going for util as well. Getting info that we have an op holding long. We want to push them back, make sure they are not holding that for whatever decision we make. Going for the slow pushes. Quick rotate on to C here.
Suppress it. Flashbang.
Flipsy taking out Perk. Quick one down. Jekker taking out my Oasis. Goop taking out Flipsy though. Util coming out on Goop. Going for the quick peek. Cracked. Taking him out on that rotate though. Goody Bear down to a 1v3. Can he clutch this out for the team? Knows that there are 2 on site. Third one a little bit more on the unknown scent. Here's the jump and is unfortunately taken out by Complex and that op. You know, we have util being used so well, and we're seeing a little bit of adjustments here by Remnant, trying to readjust for what Solstice is doing in their defense. But it's so hard to fight against this team. Such interesting placements here, just readjusting as much as possible. You're going for a quick A push, forcing the team back. Getting them offsite. No picks just yet. Spike still in hand on Oasis, holding that A long. Rotate back out.
Swarm grenade out.
Getting a little bit of information here and there as we can.
Swarm grenade out.
We know one is there. Unfortunately, taking out Goop. Getting that headshot off on Flipsy. Smokes down. 2 down. This is such a strong push coming out. Down to 3 players on Solstice. Down to 2. Goody Bear taking out Jekker. Two players pushing in from A link. One with Complex. Getting Goop out of the way. Quick stun out. Gonna peek into doorway. But Oasis holding that close angle, being able to take them down and put them on the board. 9-1. This is a round they needed. They're going to be able to pick up a little bit of excitement here, and we're pushing in to round 11. I'm gonna call it now.
Here.
Remnant is gonna come back on defense. I believe in it. I hope chat does too. Asher Star is going down. Want to send them down a little early, just some of them. Coop going out here once again with ult, pushing into sight, trying to deny defense and deny Solstice of all the util, but Cracked is going to get those kills. Double kill on Perk and Goop. Goop's down for the count. Ult still going though. Flipsy in heaven holding for that. Toxin taking down Complex with knives above there. Beautifully timed ult here. It's down to a 1v4 and Jekker getting Goody Bear while in full blind. Absolutely strong defense here. Op was taken down off field, but Solstice has the eco to put that back into Complex's hands. We're here, 10-1, round 12. First half is looking a little bit of rough, but they're trying to bring it back. You know, one on the board. We're doing the best we can here. Toxin having a rough time here, 4-10 and 0, no assists, but to be fair, there's not a lot of assists going across the board. We are doing what we can. JSP here, 7 assists, holding off. JSP getting Goody Bear as well. Complex holding Barrage here. It's a quick B push. Coming in strong. JSP getting a little util here. Dog out. Astra ult down. But we're not utilizing the space being made off of this, whether it be in mid or pushing onto another site. Full defense on site here B for this push. JSP taking out Perk. Flipsy on Oasis. Knows one in window. Takes him down through the wall bang. And all we have left is Toxin hoping for this rotate in and is taken out by Jekker.
Switching sides.
Second half, guys, do we believe in the Remnant defense here? Solstice going on for attack. We did see them last game pushing in extremely hard. Rough time. Don't know if those 9-3 curses are going to work on this 11-1, but we can only hope, guys. Remnant setting up for those strong defenses. Getting ready for that A push. We have 2 holding mid, but Jet's here for that quick rotate. Dash allows for that. KJ set up for that A push out.
I mean,
that flank.
Here's the thing, I'm back, but one thing I gotta say is when I came back, I did not expect the score to be 11-1, Steph.
Yeah, you missed out on some crazy plays. We did get Remnant on the board with an absolutely fantastic take in here. We did go on switch. We're going to see them hopefully hit that 9-3 curse on that 11-1 here. We're going to change it up a little bit.
11-1 and the game is done. Complex, you got to push into these players. Are you ready to go? Let's see what is happening today. As Chet says, momentum's all you need, and what a clean headshot from Complex. But Perk, he's got 1, he's got 2. We're about to see a comeback. The spike is down already. And what a player we have. Never mind, Cracked and Flipsy on the flip side. Get another clean headshots. And now it's going to be Toxin with his teammate Goody Bear to get in here to try to win it.
You know, Solstice holds so well as far as defense goes. And they're so good at taking site and holding it just as strongly as they do on defense. Toxin and Goody Bear coming in. Those ones. Flipsy, though, coming out, taking Toxin down. Cracked. Wow. Just full pushing onto Goody Bear.
That was... Honestly, attackers, they did pretty solid there, but we gotta hand it. Perk, you came out there, that pistol round, you got 2. That's insane. You know, you took out Complex, you took out JSP, and that's all you really needed to do. The spike got down, but wow. Attackers Cracked again. He's sticking to his name, 15-2 right now. Solstice is not giving up today.
They are not. They're doing so well working off each other. I was really hoping that this KO pick would put them in a little bit of a predicament just with his util shutting down theirs. But we're not seeing it work as well as I had hoped for. They're going to be a little aggressive on this defense, though. Looks like they're going to push out. They have the rounds.
No charges left.
Oh, great util coming out from Cracked, but He is going to take a headshot. He does take down Toxic, though. That util shuts down one, but here we go. We're going to see a 12-1 scoreboard. Might get closed off today. All three of the defenders. We already have a very low KO Goop. He needs to get in here to try to win the game, but what are we going to see from Cracked? And what a shot from Goody Bear. Crack gets absolutely taken down. JSP is here, though, and he gets the spray down to end the game. JSP with the triple kill. Honestly, I wish I could say more, but I wasn't here until that right there. Stepazoid. Steph, I'm glad to be back, but you got to tell me what happened here right now. I came back to not only seeing a crime scene, but the tape wasn't even laid out yet.
It wasn't, man. You missed only what we've been showing this entire game. You know, Cracked coming out, living up to his name, 16-3 with 9 assists here, puts him in a pretty great place for the team in general. But you know, Perk, Goop trying so hard to bring it up, get us onto site. They did really well getting us there. They just weren't able to hold it as well as you'd want to. And you know, Solstice just knows how to hold a site. They know how to retake together. They know how to hold a site once the bomb is planted. Just a very strong defense altogether.
Yeah, and when you have a very strong defense, it's going to lead to a early huge lead. 11-3 is what it was at the turn of the half, or 11-1 was what it was at the turn of the half, which is a rare sight to be held, but 13-1 final score. And I honestly, I gotta chop it up to Solstice just being in their element right now on the same map. They just 13-3 the previous. If you go from 13-3 to 13-1, the only next logical step is 13-0, and I'm excited to see if Solstice is gonna bring it there. But we're gonna find out next time. Let's find out what the new teams are. And again, thank you to our sponsor NeonBlack, and also thank you so much, everybody. Give a round of applause to the team Solstice and of course Stepazoid's wonderful casting. So thank you all, and we'll see you guys next game. Right up, coming next up now. Yes.
Now, yes.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. We were just having a little laugh behind the scenes because we are watching these two teams. They're such wonderful fun in the pregame lobby, but we're here. Solstice versus Godspeed. And let me tell you, we've been excited to see what happens today. Solstice, okay? They got map pick game one. It's a best of 3. And I want chat to assume right now, type in chat before I say it, what map do you think Solstice is about to play? All right. Okay. Now I'm going to tell you, it's Haven. Welcome. It's going to be 3 games of Haven back to back to back. Welcome. And also, Stephazoid, tell them who's on defense and what map is going to be game 2.
All right. Well, on defense, we have Godspeed, and game 2, we're gonna be on Fracture, guys. It's
Yeah.
Ed's favorite games or favorite maps, so
hate
we're
Fracture.
we're
I
in
hate
for a show.
We're in for a show, okay? Okay. And listen, my win rate on Fracture isn't bad. It's good. I just hate the map. Fundamentally, it makes no sense. But hey, you know, just walk around in a circle until everyone's dead, I guess. But hey, what we're going to do now is we're going to get right into this game. We're on Illinois servers. Both teams agree that they are ready to compete in their hometown of Chicago, and we're going to see what happens against it. Now, special thanks again to the sponsor. You guys probably saw them in between games, NeonBlack. If you want some nice chic clothing that you can wear in the city of Chicago and look clean while doing it, then you're going to want to put on some NeonBlack clothing right now. It is not free, but it's paid for if you guys want to go to their website. Also, what we are having happen is these two team Godspeed. We've seen them at the start of the day. They won a game and then they moved into the behind the scenes and they battled it out, beating off so many different people. Hold up, let's rephrase that. Beating multiple people.
Mhm.
And now we're moving straight into the next game. Haven. Yay. Let's see what the teammates pick today. Steph, what are you thinking? We've talked about Haven's picks so many times today, so I don't know if we want to repeat ourselves, but it's the final, so we know we're going to see a Neon from Schlam or maybe a Yoru. And the game got canceled.
I'm hoping we see something different from Schlam. I think that Neon is a great pick. I don't necessarily think it's a great pick on every map. That's
Right.
whether or not I think that Schlemm is a good player on Neon is completely irrelevant in this pick, but I do think we're still going to see the same setup that we've seen from Solstice for the past, 2 games. It's absolutely dominating show that they've put on with those characters. I'm hoping that we're going to see a breach on Godspeed as well, but we'll see.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what Godspeed really brings to the table here against Solstice. They've won the Weekday Warrior series last weekend or 2 weekends ago or 2 weeks ago, and I don't know if they have what is in them to take home either $200 or $75. Well, it's going to be $75 either way, but I'd rather the 200 if you ask me. I mean, that seems a little bit better. But let's get into this game and see what happens. We're waiting for a player to reconnect. His PC seems to have shut itself off. I think, honestly, they're just afraid of the other team. That has to be the reason. But no, they'll be back, and we'll get into this game. Sorry for the delay. Technical difficulties are just a factor of Fridays. So, but Steph, one thing I will say is we've seen Godspeed on the map Bind. We've seen them on the map Haven. We've seen them on Icebox. Where do you think they shine the most?
Well, you know what? Hold on. Give me a second. I can talk to you about this. We've seen them on multiple ones. I think so far, I think Bind has been their best map. As far as what we've seen today, we saw them play on Bind and how well they did there. And we saw them, I think, last week on Bind as well do very well, if I am not mistaken. So I think overall that's their map. So I'm a little, it was banned, so we're not going to get to see that this time around.
Right.
Which is a
And
bummer.
that's important here. So let's see what's going in. We're moving right into the live here and seeing what happens. So I'm going to get us ready to go, and we'll just try our best to have some fun. And I don't think we're having any observers or anything, but game 3, best of 3. I mean, game 1, we're going in. I think we should all be ready now. So let's get the game launched and find out what people are picking.
As long as they don't mess up on their picks. Nah, I think the game was just crashed, but They're
Yeah,
having some fun commentary here in the behind the scenes.
Oh yeah, you guys. Honestly, I wish chat could see what these guys are saying in the game. I have them muted, but they have. You love seeing two teams completely just duke it out mentally, and you got to crush the enemy's mental right before you get into a video game, or else there's really no point. But let's go right in this game. We're now loaded in. Everybody seems to have locked in the proper characters, and now we're ready to go. Of course, we're seeing the exact same team comp stuff from the attackers, Solstice. Exact same one.
I'm not surprised by that at all. We are seeing a breach on Taiga as well. And Schlam, once again, some other Neons we have seen on this map today.
Yeah, you know, we've seen Schlam on Neon, especially on Bind. He slammed down. He got that. You gotta give a call out to that spray down he got that one time where he just dashed right through a smoke, slid underneath somebody while full spraying with a phantom and got a kill. That's OP.
Oh, absolutely. It was such a great play, such a great just crosshair placement. That's all that comes down to. You know what I mean? That movement at that speed, just it comes down to that crosshair placement.
Yeah, and we know that at this rank, crosshair placement is an easy thing for them to do. So let's see what happens, and let's get right into this. So let's go. Let's have some fun and see what we can do. And of course, we're going to be following Hydra here.
Where are you?
Great use of util, getting everybody in. Solstice already on the aggressive yet again. Taiga trying to hold that down from the link, but oh, that is a beautiful flank. Complex already pushed out of B side, taking down one. Schlam, he's trying to hold it, but Mox is able to get another one. The bomb is going to be chosen to be planted over at the C site. So let's see what's going on. What a stun though, and Complex able to take it down. Another one. Crack takes out KM Lord. Schlam though, he's holding this down. He needs to try to get the last two to win it, and he spots one. Taps the bomb, but he doesn't know there's one behind him in Complex with the triple kill.
Now, I think we're going to get a pretty good showing here. There's quite a few players that went down round one. But, you know, we did see those players, a few of them going down round one last game as well on Solstice. So, you know, we're going in for those big buys. We got the Spectres full armor, and we got a Bulldog even on the field. So they're looking to bounce back very quickly and take that dominating hold that we've seen so far today.
And, you know, Solstice, they are dominating the map of Haven, but here's the thing. It's the first best of 3 game, so even if Solstice wins their map on Haven, there's no guarantee that they perform the same way, because we haven't seen them perform on any other map yet.
We did see a little bit of a roster change. It looks like Ty is in the game now. Saw earlier today we had OPTT, so we're seeing a little bit of a different player here on this Astra.
That was a great pick. Schlam takes down one, but Complex, honestly, not able to get the double kill that he's used to getting there. And that is beautiful because that's a Spectre down in the hands of Schlam. But now we're finally in the game, and it's time to see what happens. And there we go. Crack takes down Mock Zip. And what a play. KM Lord not checking through middle right now. KJ Flipsy, he's on the rotate over back to the A site. It's going to be a 2 against 4, but Schlam has the Spectre, and we know what he can do with this gun. Never mind, we don't know anything, apparently. It's up to Ty here. And is he going to try to tie this up for his team? The answer is no, and he gets picked off by Shaker yet again.
His Solstice, again, they come in so strong and so quickly. They're super aggressive with their pushes. And they're just really taking hold. I think that KJ is such a strong character for Flipsy here, as well as on this map. You know, the util going down in mid allows for that rotate and that aggression that they have currently versus, you know, holding back for an A flank or a C flank coming in. So it's huge util usage here, allows for the entire team to push a little bit more aggressively.
And an aggressive push is exactly what you kind of need to do if you are Team Soul, because what we are seeing from the defensive side is a team composition that is 100% reliant on getting early picks like what Schlam just did. KM Lord and Schlam able to get 2 down for the price of 1. But Slime, you're gonna have to rotate over. It is your buy round, and they don't want to lose any more weapons. There is already a Vandal down up at the short, but oh my, Flipsy takes down Ty in garage, and they slide right out. Wow, Jekker, he's just not ready to give up. Gets another pick. And defense looking on their last leg so far here. If Schlam can't get another pick, this could go to the attacking side right now.
Looks like we're going for that rotate, so Schlam, why not get that pick as quickly as he wants to here? Mox, though, holding garage and C, waiting for the information, waiting for a little bit of noise to be made so that he knows that they're there. He gets that with the breach util coming out. Gonna wait for his teammate to be here with him.
30 seconds left.
Honestly, what I gotta say is Cracked is here to stay on site while Moxzip takes down Flipsy. There's no more Killjoy. They don't know if anybody could be flanked, but Schlam and Jekker, they're point blank against each other, and Zip takes it down, but what a round. And we actually do see a relatively good win coming out from the defense. They did lose a lot of weapons, though, that buy round.
Teleport's ready.
It was a lot coming down there. Their eco is going to be definitely hurting here, but Solstice doesn't look like they're too great on the eco. Still able to go for a full buy. Going to be weak next round, just slightly.
Right
Now,
there.
we are seeing that Mox has his ultimate available, and he is going to choose to pop that here, instead giving his Vandal over to KM Lord. We know how good KM is at hitting those heads with the Vandal, so I'm excited to see if he's going to continue to do that, but only time tells when we get in here for the one taps that
Heading
are
to the
necessary to win against Solstice.
Without a stop, pulling them, blocking
Absolutely.
vision.
And I mean, Ty, we haven't seen Ty play today, but we have seen him last week in these competitions play Astra as well. So we're seeing a little bit of stuff here that's going to be a fun difference than OPTT.
And what a clean shot coming out from Moxzip, and wow, he gets it down on JSP, but oh, what is happening? We do have Jekker not able to connect the shot. The Tour de Force, though, is coming out while Schlam takes down Flipsy. We see one in garage, nice clean stun, but while blinded, is able to take down another one. A great round for this team. I'm loving how close Godspeed is in neck and neck, being able to beat Solstice. We've seen Solstice just completely crush it for the past few games, and I'm kind of glad that it's changing up a bit.
I am too. I think Godspeed is a fantastic counterpoint to them at this current moment in time. You know, Mox being on this chamber is giving them a completely different run than what they've had so far. You know, in the breach, the double breaches are absolutely my favorite thing. The util coming out on both defense and offense is so good.
Yeah, and that's what I gotta say. The double breaching coming in, just breach on this map, it's amazing. We've already seen that be stated from Cracked in just his gameplay, but you gotta hand it to Flipsy. He's been able to kind of lock down the flank every time, and already they know that they're going for the flank, and right now the attackers, they need to push onto A before that aggressive defensive push at C long comes through.
They do that. The dog is doing some interesting stuff flying around here. Complex has knives out though. Able to take sight. That knife on Mox. KM Lord getting taken down by Jekker too. Full sight control already. And we're just waiting on the team to come over for a rotate.
I agree, Steph. That was a dirty knife coming in from the Jet. But hey, Ty is ready to push up, and Complex says no thank you to Schlam, but he's going to do it again. Ty still pushing out, able to get one, but he's taking about 50 damage, and what a round for the attackers. Honestly, Mox, your op crutch might just be the death of you getting into the hands of Complex, who has been so aggressively pushing in to get these picks. I don't know if that is great for Godspeed.
It's not. We watched Complex last round or last game on this map do so well with the op. You know, and an op in Jet's hands is always a dangerous thing. And the fact that Complex just utilized his ult and got knives out of the way, op in his hands is the best thing for him right now.
And, you know, best thing for him or the worst thing for the enemies. Let's see what's going to happen if they can get in. We see a big flank coming out. Flashbangs. Complex is blind, but doesn't matter. Cracked is there. Oh my god, what a shot. This man is just stirring up conflict every single day with these shots. But Mox, he's able to get one, but Crack doesn't care where you are through the smoke. You're dead. But Ty now, he's alone to hold the site. While his teammate tries to rotate over to the B. And this is actually going to be a full rotation. I'm kind of curious about this.
Last player standing.
Ooh, Flipsy getting him on the exit.
It was a beautiful pull by Flipsy. Jekker, unfortunately, getting taken down by KM Lord. Knows that they're pushing here. Blind out, dodges it, but does not dodge the stun or the op.
And you just can't dodge Complex's op. It's not complex how that gun works. You click, you point, you click, and someone dies. That's just the way the game works. But now, let me see here. We're seeing some ultimates coming out.
Right there.
We have KM Lord has Nightmarish up. We have Rolling Thunder on Taiga. But to counter that, Seekers. Seekers is one of the best things that you could possibly use when you don't get a lot of info because you're deafened. Because that will kind of counter the push. It buys you time for the disappearance to come away. But right now, Schlam, you got to try to pick this pace up right now. Unable to get one, but oh, through the smoke! Schlam! Good job.
It's a beautiful headshot there.
Go, go, go.
Unfortunate here that JSP walked right into that.
You know, that's the thing about Valorant. It's, you know, 10% luck, 100% skill. And it's all dependent on how they like to play it. But when you get that 10% luck to proc, it is nice. Okay, Flipsy does get spotted out. They know that there still is one in short, but this is the only one in short. Could he cause a potential rotate here?
Swarm grenade out.
And now they definitely know that it is Killjoy. We still have that chamber over on C, holding down long, but nothing's going to come of it because the slow peaks. We do have Complex in mid with that operator trying to hold down a link.
Here's the jump in garage as well in that window. Knows that that's there. Able to make that call. So they're still holding a pretty
30
decent
seconds
defense
left.
across the board. It looks like we're going to cheese a little bit towards A again. A little slow this time.
Oh, the Rolling Thunder. It's on Crack's mind here. He wants to use it to try to get his teammates onto site, but he first wants to make sure that people are available. But oh no, 13 seconds remaining, and the stun from Schlam, but it's not enough. Jekker gets the trade. 10 seconds remaining. They have to get the bomb down. Crack, you need to try to touch the site, and you get it. But now, that's going to be Util. Could potentially kill one, but it does not kill Crack. The bomb is down. 2v4.
Blinding.
Flashbang coming out. Mock Zip, though. He's got another operator. And oh my god, KM Lord with the triple. Only person remaining is the flank, and he gets it. Fade holding it down, and now 3-4 is the score of the board.
So we have 2 ops on the board now as well. Which, you know, a little bit of a dangerous 2 ops on one team on the board at the very least, which we saw this earlier when we saw KM Lord and Mox both holding on to an op as well.
Push no button. Where are you?
But Solstice,
I mean, I like what you pointed out. 2 operators on the defense back in their hands. And I think Solstice can't afford an op, so.
they cannot.
Weapon here.
They opted for a full buy across the board rather than an op in one person's hands and a half buy, which is always a great choice. We are seeing 2 ops on defense as well as well, we did see a judge for a second there, so I was a little interested in that pick. We might see it be picked up again on our Astra here.
Yeah, and I mean, what I kind of want to expect to see coming out here is these players moving in and trying to get the one tap. It's kind of a necessity that they need to win it, but that is an if they get the one tap with those operators. But right now, Flipsy, he's already pushed up. He does not know that Schlam is close right. Is Schlam going to play this properly, play it slow, wait for info? He is, and KM Lord with that operator, the fade coming out and making that man fade away. Killjoy now dead, leaving Ty with the judge. Hold it down, but he's spotted. Tags one for 50, tags one for 60, gets the pick on a JSP, and another one goes down. This judge is making judgment come down today. Spike is going to get picked up and try to walk away, but Ty, he's got 1 bullet, and he wants to kind of expend it on these players. Only a pixel of a crosshair, and he spots one. Jekker does take down one, while Complex takes down the other. There's only 1 op remaining, and these attackers now go for A.
You know, I have to applaud Solstice on the way that they move on this map. You know, we talk about how they push hard on one spot and then move to another site very quickly, and they do it every time. And it's super unpredictable, and it's still.
But here we go. Complex, are you ready to try to hold this down? You know, Mox will try to push you with that operator. It's all about timing, and it works out in your favor. And another clean spray down. He still has almost all of his utility. Jumps out, though, and Ty is just going to win that. I'm kind of surprised the Complex didn't choose to use any util for covering himself, for maybe dashing across, just straight drop like a sack of brick and die. But hey, things happen.
Well played. Don't know what the plan was there for not utilizing that util, but the ult coming out on Ty is like, some people are gonna ask you whether or not that was worth it, but if they're winning the round with that ult, it was definitely worth it. Brings them up to a 4-4 even score and keeps them in the game and not letting Solstice take the advantage they want to have.
Yeah, we're seeing Complex on Team Solstice pop off, go 13-5, but Cracked 7-5. He's kind of underperforming where he usually is at this moment in the game, and so would JSP. Their man's only 1-6, but kills don't mean anything. It's all about teamwork. So, are these teams going to work as a unit to push onto this site right now? We have knives out. Taiga able to dink one through the corner. Complex, he's already low. He got blinded twice, and they're just gonna have to rotate around. But the heal is coming out from that Sky. Complex, no armor, but still now full HP. 3 knives remaining here.
Taking that armor off of the door. Knows one's in window for the firing back. Blind out, smoke out. Astra utilizing that util in that doorway, just keeping them back.
And all you can ask for in Garage is to keep people back. And because the second Garage control is achieved, C or, you know, that CTC is taken advantage of and completely washed by Complex. So I do like that they're playing this slow on the defense, but Schlam, you got to get around that corner, and you do make it. Wow, very close to getting a bullet to the back of the head, but Ty, you're still holding this down, and you're not able to connect the shot against that, which means it's gonna be up to Moxip. He's got that operator, and they do teleport back, but Ty, not a lot of time here. This eco buy for the attackers might work out in their favor, but Ty takes out one, Schlam takes out the other, and they're just gonna keep pushing in, and the lockdown gets destroyed, and what a pick. Complex getting two. Bomb has to go down. Moxip, though, he's in a great position here. I don't think they know where he is.
Spike planted.
And he gives up his position to get one trade, but now it's going to be Complex versus Moxip, two of the best players in this lobby. Only 3 bullets remaining, and Complex doesn't care. He's still going to hit the headshot. What a play, and they choose to leave the operator here, which might actually be a benefit to them. You know, they don't want to pick it up and potentially give it back to the defenders.
They don't. We're back to a little bit of an eco round here on Godspeed. They're still holding so well as far as we have seen from anybody against Solstice today. And you know, we were talking about how Cracked isn't quite holding up to the same point that he was earlier today, but this is about where he was last game as well.
Yeah, and being where you are last game, that's important. You know, consistency matters, especially in a tournament setting. And we're seeing that Solstice are very consistent. Same thing coming out really from attacking team defending team Godspeed, but with how big this map is, defaults have to be played, and Flipsy has to take out Taiga and Ty to get them full control over that C site. Now it's 3 against 5. This is an advantage you want to have, especially with Moxip's op getting shut down as well. It's a 2 against 5. I would be surprised to see if Godspeed actually tries to take this fight.
There.
Schlam went in very quickly, kind of giving away, trying really hard not to give away his position, but having these numbers 5v2 gives them full control to hold off Schlam right there, peeking out to 3, and Jekker taking him out.
And Jekker gets another. Complex gets one, but Flipsy there, this Killjoy, you know, it's a very defensive styled agent, but yet they're just moving in with the one taps that are necessary, and I gotta say, I love that for them.
Oh no, absolutely. Flipsy does so well doing the lurk and the flank thing. Doing it just holds off everything as much as possible, you know. making sure that Schlam can't utilize the Neon as aggressively on a defense as he wants to.
Yeah, and one thing I will point out is when these teams are pushing against each other, there's always a trade being held, and when it doesn't get held, that's a guaranteed win for that team. If that's how close these games are. The second that they lose bodies, they might lose the game. Right, you see until Taiga having to back up, not getting hit by any of the spray through that Complex decided to do. And now these defenders on the flank yet again, running right into one, while Flipsy takes out another. Crack getting one before getting traded by KM Lord himself. KM Lord, you are low, and you need to try to hold this up. Weapons are going to get picked up, though.
Thought it was going to be a rotate onto A, but we do see the KJ ult going down, not detaining anyone. Flipsy, though, taking Ty out, not able to hold that defensive line, too busy thinking about the footsteps to his right. KM Lord taking out Complex and Long.
Bring them down.
And I got to say, KM Lord, he is... I think he's shocked by what his Prowler just did, but he's doing pretty good this round. He's getting in here to one-tap everybody, and Checker trading Moxip right as the sky goes down. Now it's Fade versus Omen and Killjoy, but is this Radiant buddy going to be enough for you to try to clutch? Oh, the timing. Looking away and not checking the corner. I love how Checker picked that. He saw the weapon on the Fade and decided to swing right as the Fade was checking the left-hand side. Which is beautifully played. It makes it look sus if this was a lower elo, but these guys are the best of the best.
No, holding that off angle. You know, we talk about, you know, not expected. You think it was sus and low elo, but low elo doesn't know how to hold that off angle. And being able to move just slightly into that off angle gave Checker the advantage there.
Sorry, but here we are now. Last round before swap. We're seeing Soul. They're just competing exactly how they like to. Their defense, in my opinion, is so much stronger than their attack. Taiga, though, taking out Checker. This is definitely an eco-forced round for the last round of Godspeed's attack or defensive side. Attack. You guys have so much money. You could probably just sell them the round here. But, Ty, what is going to happen with your Bulldog? B is the push of the century right now. With nobody actually defending it, hopefully we see the Astra rotate over to try to back it up.
Very interesting slow push moving on to site here. Getting rid of util, making sure that they can actually get on the site, but it looks like they're just going to trigger all of it, bait it out, hoping for that rotate and move to another site. But it does look like Godspeed is holding at the sites they want to hold, making sure that they can not early rotate, knowing that Solstice likes to play this game.
And Solstice definitely likes to play this map as well. I mean, how they're doing it is they're just working around each other, trying to get as much info. But one thing they are also doing is working that clock. They have 28 seconds remaining to try to win. And what a pick from Schlam onto Flipsy. And now it's just going to be Moxip over at Short. And C-Long is the object of attraction. 15 seconds remaining. A nice stun. Rolling Thunder pushing people back. But it's not going to push them back enough. Complex taking out Schlam. Bomb has to get planted. But it's not going to get planted.
Spike down.
Bomb. It's down. Ty able to take one down and wins the round for their team. Wow, and that's why you got to play the time and you got to play the clock a little bit faster.
Faster?
But
Faster.
Like,
Faster is the word that we want here.
Sorry, I have a little...
You're good.
We do have that the teams requested a tech pause. A player did disconnect, so we'll be right back here.
Does look like the same same person who disconnected earlier, so we might be seeing some consistent disconnects, unfortunately, but that's okay. You know, yeah, Solstice here at 7-5 at the half is a good place to be, but it's also a fantastic place for Godspeed to be at for that retake.
Yeah, and honestly, you know, this is a perfect opportunity. I don't know how that guy decided to disconnect right as I'm having a coughing fit. I'll be right back to get some water, but honestly, Steph, I want you to tell chat what your prospects of the game are while I be right back.
All right, chat. We're gonna have a chat. We're seeing Complex as well dominating right now at 19-7. It's a very very good place to be for your duelist. Very interesting spot for your duelist to be cracked. Not doing as well as he has been for other games, but you know, we're switching over to the defensive side. In all honesty, I think that Solstice still has this map specifically, but I don't think Godspeed is gonna let them take it easily. Being able to have that switch, Solstice, as we've seen for 2 other games so far, they hold so amazingly well on defense that I don't know that Godspeed has what it takes to push in through their defenses or even through their or hold through their retakes. They just do so well for that at this current moment in time. Mock Zip doing really well. I think that Chamber was a fantastic pick. Schlamp showing me up, dude. Like, in all honesty, I don't really like the Neon pick. I don't think it's the best pick, but Schlam is proving me wrong. He's doing well with it, running it, having fun with it, and getting the kills that he needs to get as much as possible. Will we see him be a little bit more hyper aggressive? We did see a Neon on this map earlier today. Didn't open up sight as much as we wanted to see for those teams against Solstice. So hopefully we'll see that a little bit more on Schlam. But it looks like Solstice also has a little bit of a read on how aggressive that Schlam likes to be. So we'll see if that actually changes that up at all for this pace here.
Yeah, and whether or not it gets changed for the pace is all up to these teammates here. GS, you're doing really well right now. You might have an advantage because we do see that Cracked has been disconnecting a little bit. His game has been a little bit odd with the disconnects and maybe no reconnect. We're hoping that he is able to come back, but that's the power of a tech pause. You got opportunity to get back into the game. So what we can do, since I'm not seeing if he's going to be back, let's ask the teams. Hey guys, how's the reconnecting? And we'll ask them to see what happens moving in and moving forward. Right now, 5-7, very close game here. So anything can happen, and so we'll see what goes on. And they're back. Cracked is back.
We get that reconnect.
And since the guy has reconnected, we're going to make sure that he loads in, his ping starts moving around, and I think everybody's good to go. So pause match timer is now off, and we're going to get right back into this game. Thank you guys for waiting on these players to show up again.
Going in, we're gonna get right back into this game again though. 7-5, guys. It's a fantastic position to be. Solstice now on that defense that I personally love to see, and I hope that you guys do too.
All right, looks like everybody should be ready here, so let's see what happens. I'm gonna hit the start button and let's get this going. But you know, anything that could have happened has happened and now is back. We're live in the game. Looks like everybody has reconnected properly. So what is going to happen with Solstice on defense now? We're seeing Schlam doing exactly what we saw the Jet do, Complex. Now Schlam is already on site and he's ready to have his team plant the bomb. We are having Chamber on the flank as well, doing the best that he can to hold that down. And there we go. Moxit gets one. Is he about to get two though? And he is not. JSP takes it down with Crack, gets one, but is not able to get two. Complex opens up the door, takes down Ty. Dash coming in. Is right through his smoke. Needs to try to push onto Schlam. And Schlam holds down with the frenzy. Gets one. Gets two. Making it a one against one. Taiga versus Complex. And that is a nice head dink on the way around. Great concuss. Baits a little bit, but tags in it again. Doesn't matter to Taiga. Complex. He just knows how to hit those heads. Aim headshot level, even though there's a slight corner in between him and the enemy.
You know, that was an absolutely fantastic play, though, guy by Godspeed. Able to get the plan down, holding off Schlam, though, coming in with that frenzy. It's such an underrated gun for so many people. And Schlam doing what he does best, just zipping around and taking people out.
And I gotta say, Schlam, you're bringing your A game to this game right now. 11-11. Mox trying their best as well, but Solstice, this is their map, and I don't think they're ready to let it go quite yet. Complex able to clutch last round and secure himself 22 kills so far. Only 7 deaths, but Schlam, you're on the attack. You're ready to go in. You're driving right into the concuss, though. And we've seen Schlam do this before. He loves the shorty hugging close. But is it going to be close enough?
It's a fantastic play to clear out of that short, kind of anticipating for that dog to come down. We do have KM Lord down to very little health, though.
JSP. Here's one. The shorty makes a connection, but it doesn't make enough of one to get the pick off. Mock Zip trying to take down Complex. Can't really connect his shots. He still has 6 in his headhunter, though. And now he only has 5. But Ty holding this close left corner. But they're not going to check the left. And JSP gets one, while Complex gets the other. Moxip gets down to Cracked, leaving only KM Lord. 16 HP remaining. Needs to try to hold this down. A flashbang's coming out. He's blind. He's shooting. It's not enough against Cracked. And what a beautiful, flawless round. I am so surprised that they didn't even get anyone.
Not a person. You know, they're ready for Schlam. They're so ready for Schlam to move and do the Schlam zippy things that Schlam wants to do. Like, he cannot move up. I slid Schlam so many times there. Schlam just doesn't want to. He wants to get there. He wants to get there fast. And, you know, Cracked especially is telling him, no, you are not getting here. You're not opening this up for your team. And we're taking this match home.
Here.
And that's the power of it. Right now, we have Complex. He's got that Marshall. This is their bonus round. But the thing about a Marshall, it is just as good as an AK in the hands of an accurate and precise player. So, Jekker, you're going to now try to push in. You get a little information. You know there's one green, or not green, grass, but it's a slow push. You need to try to get any pick here, especially because they have weapon advantage. An early pick, maybe even grabbing yourself a Vandal, that's vital here.
It absolutely is. But if there's any team that can hold off with the what they have in their hands at the current moment, the util is still going to be their main source here.
Util coming out, Flipsy getting info from 1, gets 2. That's what we love seeing with that Spectre. A 2K down. He could try to go pick up the gun, but he's just not going to risk it. And now a 3 against 4. We did see that JSP was taken down. But right now, these attackers looking clean. Jekker able to hold his own smoke and take down 1. Grabs himself a Vandal in hand, and now he's got Spike, a Vandal, and full control over Long with that last pick, leaving only KM Lord, who's now stunned, concussed, and not able to try to clutch up here. Complex, though, with that Marshall, gets a body, gets another body, and wins the round for his team.
Poor KM Lord, man. He's not allowed to see anything for the last round, last little bit of the game here. He's just stuck blind the entire time. 2 rounds in a row. Completely blind while dying.
Yeah, I mean, the breach breaks your kneecaps, and then you have the Omen saying, "You cannot see me," like his name's John Cena. I love it, and I'm expecting to see it more. You just have Jekker and Cracked working together to absolutely bully these attackers right now.
They are. We're seeing a lot of just reads coming out here. They know that the rotate is coming in. They know that the push is coming in the way they want it to. Mock Zip taking out Complex for that trade against Taiga. Schlam completely on site, though.
And KM Lord does get taken down by a Phantom over in Garage. Cracked, unable to get the pick off the Zip, but Zip, he teleports right into the people that he does not want to see. A risky play, but the util from Cracked and the spray down. You know, we've been talking about the util from this breach, and that's got to be the MVP of the game right now. Oh, and the T to the bag. This man must be British with how much he is just dipping it in. Now, let's see what's moving into the next round here with an eco heavily favoring the defenders.
Heavily favoring them. They have won 4 rounds in a row, the only 4 that we have seen on this half. You know, they're taking out Godspeed at every turn. They're not allowing them to push on the site. You know, we're getting this plants down, but that util is coming out at the perfect time, especially from Breach, to make sure that there's damage dealt, stuns out, and even the takedowns just with util.
And just with util alone is vital, because it means you don't even have to see a guy to get a kill, and that's perfect. But right now, Complex, he's got an operator. We've seen what he can do with this. Is it going to be enough? It is. KM Lord gets shut down, but Complex is stunned. He repositions to hold the left-hand side, and this is a wall from Schlam that gets him onto site. Complex popping the knife, so he might be able to jump over and maybe go with an aggressive push here. He's going to decide not to, but I'm kind of surprised. The ultimate would be great if they actually push, so I do like how the attackers did back up a little bit. Mock Zip gets taken down, and Schlam unable to get one. Jekker is traded.
But we are down to a 4v2 breach. Yuto coming out again, though. JSP going down. 3v2.
You know, the concuss is more so a suggestion to Schlam. Every time he's gotten a kill, it's been underneath some kind of prerequisite of a disability. But Flipsy, with the kill onto Taiga, Schlam slowly pushing in, being as crouched as possible, does not want to get picked off by the man, the myth, the legend, Complex over at Garage. But he's going to peek it again. Spots one. He's now spotted. Flipsy's going to swing out because of that. 33 HP remaining. He can easily get wall bang, but so can Flipsy. But no time. The reload and Cracked is going to swing out and get that pick. Defenders now securing the match point advantage.
Match point.
I talk about Util a lot from this team, and we do see that come out quite a bit. But I also want to talk about, like, Solstice is just team synergy. You know, we have Cracked holding in to a lobby there, just waiting for the push again. He had Util come out, and we lost JSP for that. But holding there, even still, just the sheer patience while Flipsy is holding mid, and we see Complex coming through Garage allowed for that push the way that it did.
And you gotta say it, we tried to see a best play outcome from Schlam. I'm surprised that the Killjoy did live as long, but here's a Rolling Thunder. Hi guys, you're not allowed to push out, and now you are going to get killed by some Util or through the smoke. Luckily, the smoke drops, and Ty is able to take out 1 and 2. That's an opening that you're gonna love to see. Here comes the Nightmarish coming out, but Flipsy gets 2 to try to even the playing field. Now it's gonna be a 3 against the remaining 2 defenders. One having an operator, another with a Phantom. Spike is down, and we still have a tour de force on Mock Zip's hand. And they're just going to completely give up the site. I do like this play. They recognize there are no smokes on the defensive side for retake, so sitting at long is the best opportunity you have.
It was such a huge take. I'm surprised it took them so long to capitalize off of Ty's kills there, but, you know, pushed him off. Lost 2 in that push there, but still coming out again.
Oh my, these breaches are carrying right now with the util, but it's all up to Complex, who has to try to defuse the bomb in less time than he has. So he's gonna have to rotate around to save his gun. He does get a nice leg onto that fade, but it's just not gonna be enough to get the pick.
26 and 8 though keeps the op in hand. They're just letting him have that round. It's a better round to save. They've got the rounds to kind of just let go of for a little bit here. We've got a full buy coming out on Godspeed though. We'll see if they push into sight and take this just as successfully as we just watched them do.
And I love what KM Lord's doing, making sure that he breaks the wall here. Maybe he can get his teammates out early, but right now, it's going to be a full buy round again. Schlam, he's on 0 credits, so if he dies, he's absolutely out of luck. I love this very aggressive play from JSP. Gets himself 2. Schlam getting the trade. Complex, you're all alone onto site now. Your Killjoy finally rotated over, but attackers, you just lost 2 for the price of 1. That is not a great deal, unfortunately. And Mox, you're up in mid. Can you try to get the pick onto Flipsy in time?
All set up.
If Flipsy out here acting like they knew the rotate was coming, popping off the nano swarm, pushing them off.
It's a low push indeed, but they need to try to get that bomb planted if they are on attack. It will give away their position, but it will also give them the advantage of a timer in their favor.
Looks like we're gonna wait out time just a little bit longer, hoping to get one more pick before they go for the full plant.
Oh no, they're going for A. You know, and we've seen Godspeed do this before. They love the flank through the CT area, trying to get that other site. And Defender Killjoy has popped an ultimate. Flipsy, Unfortunately,
30
using
seconds
it
left.
over on B. Luckily,
planted.
Jekker is able to take down Ty. No players detained though, and now it's a 2 against 4, and the retake is heavily favored for these defenders right now. Bonnie's count. But
Line
neither of
going
them
out.
push behind. I mean, are we seeing the same flank here? Jekker.
One enemy
Schlam
remaining.
gets one, but Flipsy gets the other. And it's just going to be up to Schlam to try to keep his teammates in the game. He's pushing forward, but he's out of bullets. Oh, Schlam and the teabag coming out. But that's going to be GG game 1. Let's move straight into game 2 here. And the next
Defenders
map is
win.
going to be Fracture, and we will see you guys in maybe a little bit. But Steph, how did you think about game 1 so far?
You know, I expected it to go in favor of Solstice 100%, and it did. It did, man. They dominated the field so very well. You know, Complex coming out 26-9, but Jekker in the fight all the time with 12 assists, 17-11, still going positive. They just didn't want to give up that map. It was their map, and they wanted to make sure that Godspeed knew it was their map.
Yeah, and one thing is, it's their map, as you said. Solstice, you're not going to give up Haven, and that's why you picked it. But the next map we have for these players is going to be Fracture. Same sides, I believe. So we'll just see what happens, and let's get right into the next map. So we'll see you in a little bit here. right, everyone, welcome back. It is I, your favorite caster, and Steph, your also favorite caster. We don't compete with each other. We're just coworkers. But now we're here and back at the IGL Neon Black Series number 1, and it's game 2 of the finals. We've seen Solstice absolutely crush it 3 games in a row on Haven, but now they're fighting up against Godspeed on Fracture. And Godspeed is on attack first. Of course, defenders, we see Solstice. So let's get straight into this game once these teammates are ready. It looks like won't quite be ready, but we also have a new update for you guys. A big update. This is huge. This is massive. There's a new observer joined us with us. So if you guys want to say hi in chat to Nikki, they're going to be on our observer. So if anytime there is a missed ace, blame and yell at Nikki. Thank you, everybody. You're doing great. So let's get into that. And also, you got to remember that the delay is about like maybe a minute and a half, maybe 2 minutes. So let's get right into this game and see what happens. Stephazoid, Fracture. It's not my favorite map, but it's a map. You tell me about it.
It's got a lot of dead space, but I actually enjoy the map to play on. I don't know if I'd like it in competitive or in a tournament, but it's also kind of to cast on, you know what I mean? But it's a fun map nonetheless. I'm excited to see what Solstice does on this map. We did see Breach come out every round on Haven, so I'm excited to see if we're going to see that Breach on Fracture, because I think that this is one of the best maps for him right now.
Yeah, and one of the best maps you can possibly pick against Solstice, because they're so used to conventional gameplay on a map like Haven. Fracture does not allow that kind of empty space to be taken up, and I'm excited to see, especially with Schlam's Neon on this map, or maybe even a Reyna. We've seen them play Reyna before, but right off the bat, this is their map, and they already know exactly what to lock in. So let's talk about the lock-ins. We have Moxib back on his chamber. We have a Breach back on Taiga, but KM Lord, he's doing a little something different. We haven't seen this yet.
This is a little bit of a surprise here. KM Lord locking in a Sage, which I think is a great pick for this map. I'm a little surprised not to see the Fade, but I don't necessarily think that this is the best map for Fade, so I'm happy to see that change. We're seeing a little bit of change-ups too. We're seeing Taiga on Breach again, Mox locking in that chamber, which is still a great map for him. I think he's still going to be a great Sentinel to have in play. We're seeing him also in the lock-in on Flipsy as well on the opposing team. And we're seeing a mirror comp here. We're seeing a solid mirror comp, and I am excited for this.
Yeah, and mirror comps are always great to watch, because then it's strictly who is the better aimer or better team. One thing I will point out is I love KO on this map, so I'm really sad that we didn't get to see a KO. Just because his knives, I invent some KO lineups, okay? From T side, you can yeet it all the way over sand, and it lands right onto the site, and I love that. Like, KO for A push is so good, but instead, we're seeing Taiga and, of course, KM Lord go for Breach and Sage. Same with JSP instead of Sky. We're going with Sage as well. So I'm kind of excited to see. But is Taiga the same caliber of Breach player as Cracked? That is really the proof of the pudding to see who wins this game.
Yeah, on this type of a mirror comp, absolutely. And seeing Schlam not on Neon, he's on Raze here, which is an exciting thing to see, but it's also a little bit different for me. I would have figured on a map like this, having the util and the speed ability would be extremely well placed.
Yeah, and well placed indeed. Right now, with this push coming out from Arcade, a nade is not going to connect, but it is scaring people back. Same with the concussed. These attackers are not able to push in quite yet. Complex, he's inside of Heaven right now, and he needs to get another one, but JSP takes out KM Lord and Ty just by hugging a close left corner. Beautiful pick, but Schlam's able to get the trade, get himself a ghost, get on the site, get another pick, and a nade comes out to CT. He needs to grab the spike though, and this wall cannot last for a long time here. But Mox and Schlam, they know exactly how they want to play this. Slow and steady wins the race on pistol round. Flashbang coming out, and that is completely blind player, but luckily Schlam's able to buy some time, but oh my god, he gets 2 at the end. Clean headshots.
was a fantastic hold there by Schlam and Mox. The bait out, that was a clutch teleport out of the way there. I don't know if he would have survived that if he didn't make that teleport.
Yeah, and one thing is now moving forward, we're seeing a lot of people taking this zip attacking side. They want to hit that arcade yet again. I was seeing something recently that statistically, when someone wins pistol, they do the exact same strat 80% of the time in the second round. And I think we're seeing that happen again. You guys can look at the analytics yourselves, but it's just what kind of happens here. And I think we're seeing the defense. They know that. They're playing aggressive. They want to try to fight this. The nade is coming out, and Schlam, big brain, satcheling himself away from the nade so he still keeps his full armor. That was wise. And now KM Lord walling off CT, trying to push them into the site. Great use of util. Taiga getting one, but Complex takes out another Flipsy. He's now, instead of Killjoy, on that chamber, pushing forward. Not enough against Ty. And Ty's going to get that clean headshot, but cracked. He still has his util, but he doesn't need it with these headshots.
Retired.
What is happening? Cracked! You're so good. Wonder where you got your name from. Are you ready to get a third with that classic in hand?
No 2v2, JSP creeping into that heaven.
They're not looking,
One
and the
enemy
flashbang
blind.
timing it. Love that from it, but oh my, the bomb is now going to be defused. It's up to Mox to hold this down against Cracks.
One enemy
He's
remaining.
not connecting the shots, but he is there. Mox Zip clutching the round, and Godspeed on their map is really showing why they picked it. They're able to play around the bomb, win the round, and get some picks, and that's exactly what we want to see. But you got to hand it to the other team, Soul. They were able to get 4 picks in a complete save.
Yeah, Soul doing absolutely fantastic, trying to retake, trying to hold them off though, but Cracked coming out with some insane classic headshots there. JSP doing the best he can here, and Complex coming out with 3 assists already, round 2.
Yeah, and when you have 3 assists, it's very important that you know where those came from. Complex was able to do a lot of damage with nades so far, and I love seeing that, especially now that these attackers, they're kind of broke going forward with this bonus round. They're choosing not to buy anything. Flipsy running right into all of the classics, gunned down like it was a firing squad, but hey, Cracked and Complex, they're ready to retake this site. Jekker taking out Ty, no more smokes, no more utility from the Brim because he's dead, while the Sage and the Brim on defense are on the flank. We still have 1 in the drop, but this is a 4v4, and it could be anyone's game. There we go, Schlam taken down for being overconfident.
Nice.
And Cracked getting another one right above the smoke.
One enemy remaining.
Mox able to take down one, but they spot him and he's dead. This buy round for the defense is perfect to get them in.
Absolutely fantastic. Got a little scared there for Crack for a second. We saw the Sage's head peek up over that smoke, and it looked like he had missed him. But, you know, faith in your team, and his team pulled through, taking out KM Lord up on heaven there.
Yeah, and taking him out indeed. Like, honestly though, Schlam, you had advantage with the Sage wall. You just have to play time. Peeking sand, it was a ballsy move that did get you killed, and that is not what you want to do, especially against people on our buy round. So let's see what's going to move into this round though, because we do have Godspeed with full buys, full utility, and full armor. But what is going on? Spike is still down in T-spawn. That means that these guys are going for a default here. Very slow peaks going around, and I love that Cracked is already set up to try to stun for it. This B hold that Solstice has been doing is effective every single round that they pop it off.
It really is. It forcing Godspeed to change their entire plan here. They're moving really slow. They're not going to give them any type of information just yet. A little bit here by KM Lord. I spoke a little too soon, taking out the trip there, but also baiting out a little bit of util from that Brim. You know, you only have a set amount of smoke, so you're forcing them to move a little differently here.
And forcing them to move right into JSP, Cracked, and Complex. So, you know, you might lose 1 smoke, but the attackers might lose 5 lives.
Wall up, just pushing them off a little bit, forcing them to wait for the rotate as well.
Now, one thing about rotating on this map, it's a giant circle. You just gotta go and go and go. And right now, this is what's gonna show up. But oh, that combination. You can't push forward and you can't push backwards. Love that from the Breach and the Brimstone. Molly's coming out the
Rose
drop.
at it again. Oof.
Oh,
Coming
puts it
from
on
the flank.
Yeah, I was like, how did the Breach hit that? And then the wow, but Mox is able to take out one. Ty, you have 10 seconds to get the bomb
10
planted,
seconds left.
and you're gonna choose to save instead. Saving, you know, he does still have full armor, but he's not gonna have a lot of cash going in. Only about 1,200 next round, but he can afford to save. Luckily, he still had 50 on that there armor.
Absolutely. And, you know, walking in the next round with at least a Vandal in your pool there might be the best bet.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we want to see from Ty. I mean, yes, he could potentially try to clutch, but with 10 seconds remaining on the clock, he would have to be the best player in the world right now to push in with 10 seconds, unknowing where the enemies are and hitting all of their heads or hitting two and planting the bomb. It's a risk that he just didn't want to take.
You want to play? Let's play.
A nice wall from JSP, making sure to keep them back. And the fact is, Mox, he's got his ultimate in this eco round, while JSP is going to be holding very close here. So maybe that range discrepancy might be at advantage for the attackers.
I don't think JSP knows that they're all there.
Oh, I love that counter ult from God, or counter wall from Godspeed, pushing their entire team up and over.
It's absolutely terrifying to be standing there waiting for that beautiful play. Double kill on Flipsy. Let's go. Triple. Look at that.
Remaining.
Oh,
Spike down
you're
A.
that was
Heads to
amazing.
Spike.
Spike is down though. But it's just up to
Teleport's
Mox.
gone.
Is the tour de force going to be enough here? Well, there's one.
Takes one. Knows where one is. Last one. Has an idea.
Oh no. Oh no, Mox. Oh no, Mox. Oh no, Mox. The rolling thunder rolling right through, and oh god, is it just gonna strike like lightning? You gotta say, Flipsy's triple kill plus the final clutch coming in. You gotta hand it to Flipsy. That man knows how to hold a sight.
He does. And I mean, Flipsy hitting those headshots just coming in. It's like they never expect where Flipsy is located. They just don't expect him to be where he's at any turn. And he's there and he gets those kills for it.
And that's the power of Flipsy. He's a sentinel who flanks, and that is what he does best. But right now, Ty, Schlam, and KM Ward, they're ready to just go right through that wall. This time, Schlam taking out JSP. No more Sage. We still have a lot of ultimates on the attacking side. Mock Zip takes out Checker. And now it's going to be Chamber v Chamber, and Flipsy is the one on top. Schlam, he's ready to keep pushing forward, has his nade available. I'm not sure why he's just standing there with his knife out, though, because at any moment he could just get swung and die. So, you know, luck as well as a little bit of game sense knowing what timing is. But here we go. Cracked with 2 flashbangs remaining, 15 seconds till his concuss is up. Goes to break the wall above rope. And he used 1 flashbang, but he does spot KM Lord. Another flashbang is going to be used here over on site. And it's not enough. KM Lord with that Vandal takes out one while Flipsy gets the other. Flipsy needing to try to get more. But wow, Complex barely alive with 20 HP remaining, but the util, the fire is pushing him off the bomb. And honestly, even though Flipsy cleans up the house, they can't defuse from the Molotov from the Brimstone. Loving that play coming out from the player Ty.
You know, Taiga holding on to that breach util there at the end is huge. Not using it on the push onto site or keeping people off of the site and saving it for that defuse moment is super huge. It's a great show of what these players are doing to hold their util and how they want to play on this map.
Yeah, Ty and Taiga, their util, the Molotov coming out from the Brim, the flashbangs coming out from the breach, and as well as just all of the power that is behind that Flashpoint, Aftershock combo. It's just so good. Aftershock is such a powerful unit because it's a zoning ability. It forces people out because of threat of death. His concuss is not nearly as powerful.
Absolutely. And both of these breaches seem to be knowing how to use it and when to use it well here. Plant is down. Spray is going out through all of these smokes. Here's that stim beacon.
That stim is going to be enough for Ty to get a pick onto Flimsy. Even though they don't have the best weapons, the Spectre doesn't really matter. You're able to get those trades. And what a nice clean shot from Schlam, taking out Checker. And what a pick from KM Lord. But here comes a res. But is that res going to get protected? It's not. Ty with the long-range Spectre getting himself a double kill down. Well played. But hey, what a round. We got GS versus Soul right now. And I got to say, Solstice, I don't know. They're actually behind rounds right now for the first time in a long time.
They are, you know, but they're still really close. It's not their map pick. We've watched them dominate so well and just take advantage of everything they know about Haven. And it's their map, but coming up against a map that's not their pick is gonna be huge.
Rolling Thunder is available. We're seeing a tour de force getting popped by the defending chamber. And here comes Complex. He's already used his showstopper. And the other showstopper from Slam shut down. But Complex is just bigger. There's always a one-up happening, but luckily there's a res and a trade. JSP in the smoke over by drop. We do see a nice swing out. Schlam gets the pick onto Flipsy after the trade, but Mock-Zip on the heaven flank and Taiga with the clean headshot in main. Exactly what we like to see. If you split up these defenders, they cannot play together, and if they can't play together, they can't play at all. What a round indeed.
That is exactly how this goes, and Solstice seems to be very dependent on this team aspect of this. Got a timeout coming out real quick here, but you know, how do you see this going? Do you think that we're going to see Solstice pick it up on attack at the very least?
I'm always a fan of game threes. The thing is, it's a defensive sided map because of how fast you can rotate in between sites. And we're seeing Godspeed just take advantage of the fact that they are comfortable and more comfortable than the enemies on this map. And that's all you have to do. If you're more comfortable than the people that you're trying to fight, you will win every time. And if you win every time, you win the game. So let's see what's going to happen moving forward. A timeout has been called by Team Solstice's captain. So this coach here needs to try to tell their team what needs to work. This is the big huddle moment here. And I don't know if this huddle is going to be enough, to be honest, against the momentum that has been built up by these two teams.
No, I agree. I think that Solstice has a chance here. There's still 100% a winnable game here. But you know, Flipsy's trying to pick up what he can here, and Godspeed just has a read on how they're going to readjust to this, how they're going to move on this, and they picked that up from playing against them last game. You know, Haven might be a different map, but how a team plays together is going to be very similar across all maps.
Yeah, and similar across all maps is exactly what we like to see with Complex here. You know, he's performing well, 6-6. Flipsy, though, used to be the bottom frag and killjoy that got what he needed to. Now he's getting more than he needs to, and he's just absolutely crushing it. The one thing that we need to expect better, though, is Cracked. We've seen him absolutely pop off, and he needs to try to bring that energy back if he wants to bring the game back. Complex, though, gets to pick off the KM Lord, and the spike is down, but that nade forcing people back, and the flank coming out. Oh, they're just getting sandwiched by util bullets and players. Now, it's gonna be a 2 against 4. The bomb has almost been planted by Taiga. Flipsy has an op in hand. This glitch pop is what he needs to try to pop off in a 1 against 4, but he's not even able to scope in before he gets dropped by Schlam there.
You know, Godspeed is showing their domination here. This is their map pick. They want it. You've got the op now being picked up into Mox's hands, and just so well done. The patience, the readjustment. You know, Mox didn't seem entirely ready for that Rolling Thunder to come out, and once it did, he saw that Sage get yeeted into the air, and he just readjusted and came back for that kill as well.
Now, Mock-Zip, he's got himself the operator now, and attacking operators is honestly not a bad bet here. Case in point, what a shot from him onto Flipsy. But is he going to be enough against Jekker? This man does not like to miss his sheriff shots, and he won't today. Clean as always. Now, he's going to pick up the classic instead of keeping his sheriff, because he doesn't want to push out. But Ty, you have the spike. Taiga gets the pick. But if Ty loses the spike right now, that is going to be a GG for his team. He just has to try to get over to B site as fast as possible. The ops staying on the floor. And I don't think that they know that they're getting flanked right now. The chamber is dead. So this Sage and Raze are holding this down. But oh my god, Complex! He knows exactly what to do with these sheriffs. Clean headshot. Got a satchel charge for the swing. Not going to connect to anybody visually. But there's another flank.
That satchel charge wasn't used to go for any info. The info would have just been a bonus, but having that pickup of the gun is huge. Ty taking out Crack, though, bringing it down to a 3v2 in favor of that attack. Complex slam, though.
I mean, we do have the Brimstone
Last
ultimate,
player standing.
and Spike Diffuser is going to go down. I love that we are seeing Ty play completely passively. And Complex, last satchel charge, last piece of utility he could possibly use, and he perfectly gets himself over that wall. And we still have the ultimate from Ty.
Yeah, Ty wasn't ready for that satchel to save the op there, but, you know, KM Lord coming in on that flank was huge for taking out JSP on that defuse. Too many angles, not knowing where they're gonna come from still, even though they've planted that bomb.
I gotta hand it to Godspeed. They really just picked the pace. They ran right into this game, but there's only 2 more rounds of attack, and as you said, there's a high chance that it could be a little bit different. But my opinion, I say Godspeed takes game 2. Now, I ask you, Solstice, prove me wrong.
Yeah, I think that Godspeed does take map 2. I'm gonna be honest here. Taiga coming out with Flipsy, taking him down. Defense not holding strong here. Jekker pushing up and gets Taiga out. Getting a little greedy for that orb there.
Ooh, I like what's building up here, but the timing! He looks down, and now he has to look up from wherever he's at the scoreboard. Look at that. Poor Jekker. But bomb is going to get planted for the attackers, and JSP, he's 3 away from a res. You could get 3 picks, Rez's teammate and clutch, but that's not going to happen. They're saving again for the 4th time this game.
Now 7-3, it's a rough spot to be. And, you know, here we are. They're holding in for their defense on a save.
Now, we've seen Godspeed do this before, where they, you know, had a rough start of a game 1 and then absolutely crushed in the last 2 games. So I'm kind of excited to see what's going to move them into the dub here, if they can take it against Seoul, because, you know, map 3 still is being decided right now. So really the decider is going to be whether or not these guys, you know, can either take it now, or we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, you don't have a choice, right? You either got to take it here or risk it for the biscuit in map 3. And Godspeed is giving them a run. They do not want to let them win this tournament at all.
And, you know, anything could happen that a win will come out. You know, we could probably see Crack just going absolutely ham again. Anything could happen here. It's just, I'm not sure if it will happen. So, looking at the economy of both teams, Moxip has that operator. They're also so loaded. 2 people with 8,000 or higher, one with 7,800. And they know no Complex, though. He's going to try to back it up. Nice stun, forcing them back. And wow, Cracked, as I said it, he's here to show up, using that util, getting himself that 1 pick onto Schlam. But Moxip, he's there to get the trade. But JSP says, no, thank you. I'm not going to let my teammate die for nothing. And now attackers, they have to plant the bomb, and it's a 4 against 3.
Bomb is down. JSP coming in, hears them up above, knows that is there. Taiga getting taken out, not peeking into sewer here.
Now, Spike might be down, but Complex, he knows how to peek out to this. And he gets 1. KM Lord trying to hold that down. Gets another. 4 bullets. Can't get the last one. making this a 1v2. He's got his ultimate though, so as long as he uses that properly, he should be able to win it. But
Open up the sky.
oh no, but he's stunned, and the bomb is so close to being finished defusing. It doesn't matter. Cracked. He's cracked. He's got himself a triple kill. And the last round of the half goes to the defenders, 4-8 to end that half.
Switching sides.
They definitely needed that last kill there, that last round, bringing them to that 4-8 here.
Yeah.
Hopefully be able to pick it up here on attack, though.
I mean, it's definitely a possibility, especially with, you know, how Flipsy's been hitting their shots, how Complex has been so aggressive on defense. That might translate over to his attack as well. Jekker, though, he's gotten the smokes down. He's gotten what he needs for his team. He's way better on attack on this map because Brimstone, you get baited a lot on Fracture. It's so fast to rotate for both attack and defense that the second you put a smoke down, that's going to get sent to another location. And now it's time to see what is going to happen of game 2. 4-8. Is it going to end 13-4? We only need time to tell. Nice stun coming out for these players. And here we go. Spots one clean headshots from Crack, but the flank from Shazam and your slam and KM Lord. Taiga able to try to get one. He does hit it, but it's a 2v2. The spike is still down. And the defenders in a beautiful position here.
Absolute
Attackers
chaos here.
forward. Controlled chaos. These are pro players. Remember that.
Absolutely, but still chaos nonetheless. Though KM Lord taking down Flipsy. Jekker, last one alive, gets one. Schlam going down. It's up to KM Lord.
20 seconds on his heel. He has to try to fight this. But he can't. And the bomb still being down. I'm not sure why he wants to play so far back there. And he spots the head of one. Decides to rotate back. Kind of a wise play. Because he can go for the flank. But Jekker, he doesn't know that the Sage is looking. And there we go. He finally pushes out a lot of time being used. Checking every possible corner for that Sage. Not going to spot it, though.
30 seconds
He's
left.
still he heals up now. I mean, oh, he's taking the zip. 25 seconds, so if he walks across the zip, that's going to burn another 5 seconds here, which means he has to book it towards a B or A. And A is the play, and the zip gets heard. This is where we're going to see KM1 try to clutch up here.
10 seconds left.
There has to be a plan.
Nobody's here. Completely oblivious to the fact that KM Lord is there with him. Plant down, but isn't ready for it, and Jekker getting taken out.
You know, they did manage to get the plant down. I was kind of expecting KM Lord. He's been very aggressive in previous matches that we've seen him. I was expecting him to just book it right through the smoke and get the shot while the man was planting, but he played that even safer and wanted to guarantee the win. That means 4-9 pistol round going over to Godspeed right now. So I'm excited to see what is happening in this next round here, but 5 against 5, anything could happen, especially with Complex popping off as he was, and Cracked, he's kind of bringing his game back.
Oh, absolutely. Cracked is picking it up, hitting those shots. I think he's going to be a lot better on attack for this specifically. But KM Lord holding off. That was such a great play to be so patient, letting the plant go down completely. Fox hears him running. Shots connected, but not enough to get a kill.
Lots of damage though on that Brimstone. Probably will need to get healed, and that is what we're gonna see now. Solstice, they're trying to push in, and Ty's not gonna let them. This man is a demon with that there Spectre. We've seen him last week or 2 weeks ago playing on this team, and I think we're ready to see him, you know, come here. He's the ace up their sleeve, the player that's a little different, and that's a nice clean dink coming out. The wall is still gonna break. I love the util.
Spike planted.
Kind of late there from Taiga though. That ult coming out. Soul Crack takes out Ty with the aftershock. Mock Zip grabbing that pick. Spots another and gets enough space for Taiga to clean it up. Nades are coming out. Blinds are coming out. Both are towards Arcade in Heaven.
One enemy
One
remains.
dead. Only one left. Cracked, you're so low. Can you try to stop the defusal? You got nothing to hold it. And slam with a jumping classic right click.
Now, Godspeed just giving them a run for their money, absolutely denying everything here. Solstice not getting around yet, and only 3 more rounds to go for this to be a win for Godspeed on map 2.
Yeah, and I gotta say, Godspeed, you guys are doing such a great job on map 2. Wish we saw this kind of energy on map 1 a little bit. I mean, we did at the first half, but the second half was, ugh. But now, game 3 is moving forward soon. I can hear it, I can smell it, I can taste it, and I'm excited to see it later. But right now, Complex, he's kind of the deciding factor for his team. He's the duelist that needs to get in, and on a map like Fracture, they gotta move fast.
Slow rotate. We hear the Sage or down. We know Sage is here. Smokes, Util coming out. All is up, denying them that push in. And in the smoke too makes it a little bit more difficult to push that.
SJ. Oh, we're seeing the attacker side go full rope. Try to push forward, but they can't get it. Tiger gets one, but KM Lord gets the other. Now he gets a gun, and what a pick from Schlam, taking down 2. Well, Cracked gets the trade, and KM Lord. This is an ultimate with 1 bullet remaining in his gun, but he's about to get flanked, and I don't think he knows it. He reloads, he's running back. He does not know that Ty has been waiting on this site the entire time. Clean round coming out from those players.
Cracked hitting those shots, trying to do everything he can to keep Solstice into this game, but that rotate, just not knowing at all that Bruin had done that full rotate. He just waited for him.
Oh, absolutely.
Unfortunate push.
It was definitely unfortunate, but 4-11. When I said 4-13, I was slightly joking there, guys. You gotta try to get your 1 now. You just lost the bonus, and that's why, as I was saying earlier, it's such a defensive-sided map. They have to push through very few choke points to take sites.
Seeing that aggression, that pushback here again. Bob Zip though, taking down 2. Crack taking down Zip, but
Rez, oh my, he teleports back right before the fight ends, and that's going to be a wonderful ultimate. But it's 2 against 5 right now. Spike, 30 HP on the breach. We still have the chamber Flipsy, only with the frenzy, but he's not able to connect the shots. Crack though, gets 1, but Schlam trading it off while Mock Zip gets another kill, making it a triple for that round. It's match point, and I don't know how to feel about it.
as match point, Godspeed coming in with full buys and ego to spare, and Solstice buying up as far as they can go. They're going in full force here, so maybe they can give us that 5-12 at the very least and find momentum here.
And that's all that they really need to do. They need to try to find as pretty much best pick scenario every single round, and it's hard to do that against players like Mox. Solstice, they're ready to try to push in here. Checker very violently shooting through that smoke, and what a pick! JSP takes down Ty right through that smoke there.
Baited out the sprays there, but unfortunately peeked it again after being shot. Just wasn't able to land anything.
Oh, but let's not talk about what just happened with Tyga and Flipsy. Just a clean shot, but Jekker, he's there for the trade, and the attackers are now rotating over to the A site. Not a great position to be in. Yo, Schlam, go back to A. Your teammates are all alone. You're gonna be okay. And here we have the ultimate coming out. Oh, it does a little bit of damage, but not enough onto one. Schlam pushing right into Crack. He's warmed up again. Crack is ready to try to bring this game back, but they need 10 rounds to win it. And KM Lord, he's able to get one, but the nade, it stops him. It's all up to Mock Zip. His ultimate is available, and he has the operator. Are we going to see what he needs to? He's pulling out the headhunter for that close range combat. We're seeing Cracked ready to flash whenever necessary.
3v2, 3v1, so we get a peek into here. Gets one, unfortunately taken out by Cracked, holding sight with him.
You know, I love the goal of him trying to get in there in a 1v3 with an operator, but it's just not going to be enough. He does get the pick onto Complex, but yo, we need to see what is going to happen this next round from the attackers. They did lose a few guns from that initial push in, and I think that's why we like seeing what was done by the player Mock Zip, taking out those weapons at the buy round that they finally were able to afford, just for them to now, attackers, you guys have to force another round, and that's going to be a Guardian and light armor on Flipsy. And whoa, the Guardian paying off, takes out Mock Zip. Attackers though, you need to try to push into A site yet again. We have a wonderful flank coming out from the chamber, and it's gone.
Great use of breaking that wall, just letting them guess on whether or not somebody's going to be there. Stim beacons out, trying to get them onto site as quickly as possible. Ty in heaven, landing that headshot though on Complex. Still has full control, takes out another, takes out a third. ASP injector falling to Ty.
Oh, and that's going to be the end of the game.
Defenders
The 4K
win.
from Ty. That is another GG of game 2. And now we're moving into game 3. We got to find out where this final match is going to go. You know, casting, hello everybody, welcome back. But let me tell you right now, game 3, we don't know what map it's going to be yet, but when we figure that out, it's going to be funny, because we're going to see these two teams, their crutches of Haven are gone, Fracture are gone. So this is going to be the most even map there is. So I'm excited to see. If you're in chat, give us a prediction right now. Is Godspeed going to take it, or is this going to go to the reigning champions of Haven, Solstice? Stephazoid, what do you think?
You know, I would have guessed Solstice to begin with, but after this showing, I'm not sure. You know, our last game 1 was 13-8. It was a little closer, still a little bit more heavy on the Solstice side there, but 13-5 is still is a little bit more of a dominating feat here. And Fracture's just, it's a rough map to play. And you know, for a mirror comp, clearly Godspeed just had it in the pocket a lot better.
Yeah, and Godspeed, MVP, Mock Zip, and Schlam, they were getting all the multi-kills, but Ty near the end there, making himself say, oh, I'm only positive right now. I want to just absolutely flex on these kids with the shots. Even when flashbanged, he got a nice clean pick onto the player Complex. And that's going to be the end of game 2. But I think that what we're going to do is we're going to cut this commercial. We're going to see exactly what map we're playing on. And you guys are going to watch us in game 3, Solstice versus Godspeed. Best of 3, winner takes $200, loser takes 75. right, Stephazoid, welcome back
Hello.
to game 3. We're gonna be on Ascent again.
Again?
Yes, we were on Ascent last week.
Last week.
So
Okay.
yeah, not today. Honestly, it's just been Haven and Bind. That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
And-
That's
and
what we've
Fractured.
gotten.
But welcome back, everybody. Okay, let me just say this right off the bat. These two teams, I did not expect to be this neck and neck so far. And Stephazoid,
Hmm.
let me ask you,
Yes.
who do you think is going to be top frag on either team?
On either team, let's see. We're going on to Ascent now. Okay, so for map 3, Ascent, I think we're gonna see on on Solstice. I think I'm gonna go with Flipsy and Cracked are gonna still be at the top of the leaderboard here. I think
Okay.
Flipsy. I'm gonna go with a small prediction that Flips is gonna go with the Killjoy pick because it's Ascent, and we've seen that Killjoy pick, and I
Wow.
think that it's a pretty good solid hold. It's gonna be a hit or miss on whether or not they're gonna be top frag, just because Killjoys are a scary thing. Why push a Killjoy when you can go to a different site? So I think it's going to be Cracked to Flipsy on that one. And as far as Godspeed goes, I'm going to give it to Schlam. I'm going to say Schlam's actually going to top frag this time.
Yeah. I'm going to give a prediction. The Defender team is going to be made of this exact team comp. Okay?
I'm here for it.
Complex is going to be rocking a Jet. Flipsy
Okay.
is going to be rocking Killjoy. JSP is going to be on Sky. Jekker is going to be on Omen. And Cracked is going to be on Breach again. That is my prediction. If I am right, you owe a Prime sub. If you're currently watching IGLeague TV, drop a Prime sub right now. If I'm wrong, you still owe a Prime sub because why haven't you used it yet? You have Amazon Prime, you get the same day delivery, and I want same hour delivery on this Prime sub to IGLeague TV. Also, speaking of giving us money, let's talk about our sponsor of the day, NeonBlack. NeonBlack is a clothing company you've probably seen the commercials for. They're chic, they're nice, and they also feel less like American Eagle because this stuff is rough. But let me tell you right now, if I could afford it, I'd buy it. Now, what I will say is we're getting onto the map Ascent. I already know exactly what defenders are going to pick. Now, my question is to Stephazoid. Stephazoid, do you think that the attacking side is going to be the exact same way?
No, I don't. I think it's going to be a 50-50 on whether or not we're going to get a Omen or an Astra on Ty.
Ooh,
I'm not
okay.
sure that we're going to actually see the Omen. Ty does like to lean a little bit farther into Astra. I don't think we've ever seen Schlam on Jet. I could be mistaken on that, but I don't think we have. Riz is also a very common pick on this map. I think that's Jet is still the better one.
Right.
We're probably going to be seeing the Sky though. I'm curious if we're going to see the KO. I'm not 100 that we're going to see just Breaches. Breach is extremely powerful and his util is extremely strong, and Crack is pretty cracked with Breach, but I think
Yeah.
that we're going to be seeing a little bit more of KO here, that the denial that KO provides might just be the winning factor on this map.
Now, one thing I also want to point out is I agree. Astra, completely, it always stays off my radar. I agree. Astra is great. She's astronomical as a smoker. She gets in there, able to, get the wall cut off both sites. And this is the map where you want an Astra. Ascent is, the higher up you go, the closer to the astral plane you are. Now, what I will also say is, again, this is just a little advertisement for everybody. A little advertisement. Okay, look at my eyes. Look at my eyes. If you guys subscribe, it also supports the teams because it adds directly to the prize pool. So every time you guys, now that we finally hit affiliate on the IGL, you guys, every time you put in any donations, anything like that, it goes towards the next prize pool. I don't know if it will be the same prize pool. Who knows? But if you want to support the teams, the more you put in, the more they get. So we, again, appreciate everything. I think the game is now ready to begin. And we're going to go into Agent Select and see who is better for once and for all. Is it going to be the reigning champs of the weekday Warriors Godspeed? Or is it going to be the new up-and-coming team Solstice? Let's find out when we get right into this game.
Here we go. We'll see if your prediction is on point as well.
I'll drop a sub right now if it is. I'll do it.
Oh, there's that KO on Complex already.
That was absolutely not what I said.
Ready.
And there's Cracked
Denied.
on Sova. Okay, at least
Wow.
my Jekker had Omen was right and Flipsy on Killjoy. Even though you said that, and I'm not going to take credit for you saying that, but I couldn't have been more wrong. I could not have been more wrong.
And there's Schlam on that raise. It's a good call there as well. Mock Zip again holding covering over Chamber, probably gonna lock it in there, but we are seeing that double KO. I am curious about Complex on this as well. And Cracked holding off on the Sova is an interesting pick. I actually would have guessed for the Jet and the KO rather than the Sova here. So that's definitely an interesting thing to see. KM Lord though, picking up that Fade. I think she's an underrated character on this map.
I will also say, right off the bat, these players have to be stream sniping. They knew what I said. They knew I was going to be wrong because they are in charge and they get to choose. So I know that I said that like roughly 3 minutes ago, which means that they would have heard me by the time they loaded in. If you can hear me right now,
absolutely.
players, I'm going to call you out on it.
Choose
But
your agent.
It's going to be a scent. We're seeing beautiful team composition so far. And Cracked on Sova. You know, a completely different playstyle.
That is, he's got to have the lineups. That's my guess. We're gonna see a lot of shock darts coming out. Gonna get those triple kills pushing into to B main is my guess here.
And I hope that it works out for them, but only time tells. And time tells no lies. So let's see. Now, on Ascent, these players know what they're doing. KM Lord, starting off, he played 2 games on Fade. So I know that he's very comfortable on that character. For example, Flipsy, we've seen him on the Killjoy. Last game, we saw the Sage JSP on Sage. So these guys are very comfortable with everything. The only thing different is this is the first time Complex is not a duelist. And now that I mention it, they don't have any duelists. Team Solstice going for a utility only. And that's a risk that they might have to try to take to their grave or take to the after party.
No, I don't think it's necessarily a bad pick either. Complex playing KO, just taking out the duelist factor, is still holding on to that entry fragger. Allowing himself to be in a position to still make room for his team.
Like that, we got lineups from Cracked, but he's gonna have to shoot them off. But he hits the corner. Doesn't get any info gathered, but Cracked botch slam. And these attackers and defenders split up quite a lot. Most of the defenders inside of mid, lots of attackers over at B, and lots at A. So it's going to be a default split push onto Ascent. This is a very slow-paced map, so they need to try to get any picks if possible. But that's just what they got to do right now.
There.
Small picks, little info here and there, but slowly creeping their way to site.
This has to be one of the slowest pushes I've seen from the attackers right now. Yes. There we go. Yuto drops out and does not connect to anything yet. Checking around the corners, making sure they can push through, but the Silva, he wants to hold that smoke down. Nice shock dart, does not connect to a lot. Does hit Taiga on the second one though, and the bomb is now getting planted. The wall still up. The tie. He's gonna go on top of the box. I like this. Never mind. Ooh, these attackers, why are they being so aggressive into tree? They've already lost 2 people trying to push in.
Still at so low a health for this as well. Flipsy taking out Mox.
And here comes the turret, which does so much damage on Ascent, on pistol round. The bomb is not planted for either of these 2 attackers. Remaining. Complex gets 1, and he does not get 2, while Flipsy gets their second of the round. That was an insane play. I'm questioning what the plan was of rushing through tree after the bomb gets planted down.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised at that as well. That was quite an interesting decision to make to just rush into that. I don't even have words for that one. That was just such a off the wall play that did not work in their favor at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's not what you like to see. I like the idea, though. If they manage to get the kills, the bomb is planted for tree, so they could get the picks and then hold it from tree, but that still wouldn't quite work in a pistol scenario. And SJP, or JSP with a pistol scenario, taking out Taiga. Flipsy takes out Schlam. And now it's just a 3 against 5. This is seemingly the map that you want to be on if you are Team Solstice right now.
Absolutely. We do have Cracked out here with
Last player standing. Flawless.
Flawless round.
this round. I mean, you know, we always see the Sova out here with an Odin or an Ares, and being able to hold that, you know, second round, being able to force up, because you have that ego with no problem. And the placement of the Killjoy turret, you know, I talk about this team working so well off of each other's util. The placement of the KJ turret, where it was allowed for Crack to just shoot blindly and be able to do at least a little bit of damage there to whoever was pushing into B main.
Yeah, and speaking of pushing into B main, it looks like we're going to have that happening again for the attackers here. Also, a Tiles mid push.
Where are you?
Lineups coming out, and this
Mark one.
does spot the Omen. And the Omen is going to get the double kill down. What a pick. KM Lord gets 2, but he's not getting 3 because
Spike down,
JSP
mid.
shuts him down from the shots in the back. That is a huge, vital push. But Ty, he's still got a better weapon. He's fully blind, and he gets a clean shot right through the flashbang. Luckily, he's able to keep his aim
remaining.
headshot level while Flipsy takes down Mock Zip, gets a little bit of a heal. Spike is down inside of deep mid, but it's a 1 against 2, and now Ty. Are you going to try to clutch up this?
Blinding.
Oh, ooh, that's got to be rough. Looking into the barrel of 2 people before dying. But hey, that's a bonus 1 for Team Solstice.
There's a beautiful hold there, you know, off angles again. I'll say it time and time again, the off angle is probably going to win you that round. Blind went out onto that close angle and just still didn't do enough. However, Ty, though, fully blind, I think right there, if I'm not mistaken, Complex blinded himself as well and just wasn't able to land the shots. But Ty, even full blind, hit that headshot.
And one thing I gotta say is this suppression is almost enough, but wow, I mean, Flipsy, you know, you were saying that there's a high chance that they were going to top frag, and I think you're right. This man's already 6-0 right now.
Turret down.
He's playing super aggressive angles as well that I love to see. Getting those
Spike
headshots
down
though.
A.
Schlam also taking down. Knows there's at least 1 there.
One enemy remaining.
Nice pick we got from Flipsy again. A 4K, making it another flawless. So honestly, I gotta say, I love everything that is coming out from this Killjoy.
Absolutely. You know, just such creative placements for the places he's holding. And he's also not sticking to one site is something that I love to see. You know, we're not seeing the same util setup every round on the same site, hoping for the same type of push. We're holding on to those nano swarms so that we have them for a later game.
Stay focused.
And honestly, Nano Swarm's very useful utility. If you spot somebody, you just gotta shut them down. But LSP, is that an opping Sage I see? What a pick onto 1. I do like to see this here, but it's gonna be up to Schlam. He's gotta keep pushing forward, and that recon dart, no way. Are we really seeing an Odin? Oh my Ascent, you are too dirty to me.
Know if there's any map that we were going to see an Odin on, it was definitely this one though. Cam like taking out Jacker. Complex going for the refrag. Ty though. Crack taking out Schlam. 1 more in trees, 1 in main. Does Crack know he's here?
Oh,
Fortunately,
though. That's a clean shot.
Enemy remaining.
JSP there for that trade when he rotated towards a mid though.
0 players detained, leaving Ty alone. And Ty, I don't know why you like being so alone all the time. Well, now you get to join your team. But what a play coming out from that defending side. They do have both an operator and an Odin to try to cheese this dub. And that's going to cause a whole timeout being called by the team Godspeed. Now, looking at their team and looking at the tab button here, what do we have? We're having poor economy, poor ultimates being available. We do see that Moxzip has the Tour de Force up. We also have Taiga 0 and 5, Schlam 0 and 5, underperforming the most that we've ever seen him do before. So honestly, Solstice, you are in a beautiful spot, especially with Flipsy going 10 and 0.
Yeah, Flipsy holding that 10-0 is fantastic. And you know, I said it was a 50-50 chance that he'd be top fragging because KJs don't tend to move as much, but Flipsy is like the exception to that rule. He is moving so much, but he's still in range of all of his util. He's moving from one side to the other. He's playing hyper aggressive, and to be honest, Godspeed just does not
Here.
have an answer for it.
And that's the main power system that they have for Solstice is Flipsy holds close angles while JSP is an opping Sage, but it looks like they're actually going to trade. Now the op is going onto the hands of Flipsy, which an opping Killjoy is one of the rarest things you see because it's, yes, she's very impressive at holding angles, but the power of her swing comes with her using weapons that move and have easier movement accuracy. The op has 0, so that's why I'm very surprised by this. Oh, she barely gets out. All of the ultimates are coming down, but Flipsy's down, and that's exactly why you don't want to see an op on Killjoy. You need to have something that gives you enough mobility to try to weave around your util.
Absolutely. Interesting for Ty to ult onto site rather than push site with the team. Complex taking out KM Lord, though. Down to a 4v4. Can they retake? Wall up. They know that's a common spot. Complex taking out Ty, though.
Nice
And that
coming
ult
out.
is out.
I mean, this might be winnable for the defense here on the retake. Mock Zip, he's all alone, and he gets shocked to the back of the head. What a play from the defensive retake. The only person they lost was that initial Killjoy, and they're choosing not to go pick up his operator, which is kind of surprising to me.
Yeah, I'm a little shocked as well. Doesn't look like they made it if they did go for that push, but
No, they did get it. They got it the last second.
did they?
They did. JSP has it now.
Oh wow. I didn't even catch that. I missed it completely. I didn't think they picked it up.
No, I mean it was at the very last second they picked it up. There was I pressed tab. It didn't even show up on the menu.
Yeah, that's
until
why
the
I
next
didn't.
round. That was insane. Okay, well I guess they did get the op in time. Very close, but Jekker, you got to smoke here. Your team's up a lot of points. Are you ready to try to push in here?
JSP has the op in hands again as well. We did not leave that on Flipsy.
Ooh, lots of
KM
noise.
Lord hearing that drop though.
I mean, he can't peek because this one way, and that's very powerful. But you know who can peek it? Flipsy, taking down Taiga. No more KO, and the spike is down right there. But they don't know. Jekker does get the trade eventually on KM Lord. Mocks it, pushing up mid, gets taken down, cracks with the Odin, wallbang and Ty, leaving the only one left, Schlam. He's got an operator, and he's got a Marshall. A Marshall versus 5. He's now spotted, and he gets dropped by Flipsy, Complex, and JSP, all looking at them at the end of their barrels.
7-0 is not a good place to be. It's a rough place to be in your mind as well, and the comeback is going to be so much harder. But you know, Ascent I feel is a very defensive map. Maybe we'll see a little bit of a change up on the second half. But again though, Schlam is sitting here at a 0-7. He's not making the space that is needed, you know. Taiga also only at a 1-7. We're not seeing this util used to push into site to deny them that entry.
Well, you were saying that we need util to get them in, and that is a showstopper. Come on, you know you could jump over that. You don't have to wait any time. Are you going to check your right? You're not even going to shoot. Cracked is able to get the trade. JSP, he's now going to, unfortunately, have to be stuck mid, but Taiga, he's back up. These attackers were able to properly push in, and that is almost 100% due to the KO's ultimate itself. Taiga, he's holding it against 2 players. You see solo JSP ready to go in with that operator, and he gets the pick. Taiga now down. Ty is not able to hold that either. And there we go, KM Lord down. This is 8-0 right now in game 3. $200 seems to be already being written out for Team Solstice right now. That check just needs to be cashed in these last few rounds.
You know, I mentioned needing util, and they popped every ult they had to get themselves onto site, and they still were denied on that entry. Schlam just not peeking those right angles. Either needs to pick one, either go in full force right off the bat, lose that ult or let somebody else flash in and create that entry space for him to push as aggressive as he wants to. But instead, we're seeing him and Taiga push at the
Focus
same
now.
time and getting stuck right there.
But here we are now. Attackers, are they going to win their first game? They have no more Schlam, who is 0 and 9. Very risky not being able to push in with the duelist of choice. Ty doing a nice bait. They know that he might be on top, but that bait is perfect for them. I love that for Flipsy here, being able to set up a bot and trying to get some more information. But these defenders, they're already picked off the Rays. They just have to continue to do that.
Absolutely.
Oh,
JSP.
Clean shot. No more smokes for this team. No smokes, no duelists. What are they going to use to initiate outside of these two initiators? That is the problem. You know, initiators are the blinds, the flash, and the info. But what is info to a team that's dead? Just kidding. Mox is there. Taken down one, and he spots the other at pizza.
Knows one is there, but it's still 4 players having to push onto site to retake. They have 1 above them. Jacker taking them down. They now have 2 above them. KM Lord.
Cover going out.
One enemy remaining.
Ooh, Complex. Nice shot onto Mox Zim. Taiga gets Flipsy, but he has to hold against JSP, who's just going to slow peek him with an operator. And you got to say, 9-0, that's not where you like to go. But let's see what is going to happen next round. But, I mean, GS, you guys are kind of broke right now. You're broke on rounds, you're broke on cash, and these defenders are ready to buy each other every single round 4 times over.
Absolutely. And, you know, we've got 4 ults on the board right now, Complex being the one exception to this on Solstice. But, I mean, 14-2, 11-1, 8-2, and all 3 of the lower half of this team is at 6 and 5 assists. Everybody is in these fights. You know, Cam Lord is here getting kills, trying to top frag, but he's got 0 assists, and you know, most of his team doesn't have assists as well.
Nice dagger coming out, not able to get any info. We're seeing a lot of people holding onto the tree. Schlam nading back in sight, but ooh, great util coming out from that KO. Keeping them out, but here we go. Schlam now pushing up. Does manage to take down one, but if they get spotted, it doesn't matter to Crack. He played that perfectly with his util. Enemy is marked. He has his ultimate, and he also has these shock darts.
Checker is coming in on the flank here, so a little interesting. Taiga taking out Crack though. Beautiful shot.
Jekker is able to get out one, but it's just a tie here. I mean, how many times has Ty been the last one alive in all games? I think he is the final person every time.
You know, playing... I don't think you're crazy for that, but you know, playing smokes and playing that slow flank or the rotate or things like that makes sense for Omen to be one of the last people alive. The problem here is that Schlam is one of the first people dead, but nobody's getting the trades off on him. He's dead in places that he doesn't want to be. I think that round was one of the first rounds we saw him actually push onto site for his team and try to make that room. Unfortunately, Solstice was ready for that. They were able to block off, you know, seeing that util, but we're seeing a quick push onto B here.
And it's a Colad. What? I mean, what can you say? And then they time an ultimate to get the pick anyways? Taiga going down a bat. I mean, this is scary to watch, and I'm mostly scared because this team is just relentlessly beating down Godspeed. Case in point, Flipsy getting another one, leaving Schlam last alive, just sitting there teabagging in a corner. That's the only thing you really could do is do a little jig before you get shot in the head.
Last round.
Good effort coming out from Schlam, but 11-0. I mean, my question is, why was Schlam the last one alive there? You gotta be the guy to push in.
You know, I'm wondering that as well. Schlam being the last one alive is gonna be a rough one. You know, your duelist should never be the last person alive. Your entry should not be the last one alive. Their job is to make the room. Their job is to die, give you that information, and we're just not seeing that on Schlam at all.
What's the last round before swap? Okay, he might be able to turn on his monitor soon. So let's see what's going to happen moving forward. We do have a Paranoia getting thrown out, and what a spray down! He gets himself 3. He gets
One
himself
enemy
4.
remaining.
Jector, you're just better at that, and now defenders get the match point advantage. Wow.
Absolutely
Switching
rough
sides.
half. You know, I'm wondering here because we did have a lot of conversation behind the scenes before we even started these matches, these finals here, about the ping diff and which server we're gonna be on. Do we think that maybe it's a ping diff
Here.
thing that we're facing here?
Well, I mean, you know, one thing can be said. Ping could be a
Here.
factor, but also, you want to know which team decided to be on Illinois today? Godspeed. So if there is a factor, it was a factor of their choosing. So honestly, I can say with confidence that, you know, even if they had a million ping, they chose it. They absolutely decided that for themselves, and
They
that's on them.
did.
So I don't think they chose to go 12-0, but that's what's happening. But here we go. Drone is coming out. We've seen a little bit of info. Mox getting a pick here. Honestly, a great shot. And KO is a little bit low. KM Lord holding that down. And what a pick from Flipsy. Takes him down. But that man is low. Schlam gets one. Schlam gets his first kill of the game. No, it's a second. But he gets the second kill of the game.
Enemy remaining.
But is it too late? It is. And that is a 13-0
win.
at game 3. I've never seen anything so dirty before. Solstice. You know what they say about a solstice? It is a solar just moment for everybody. It is when the seasons change and the seasons have moved forwards and they take that. What a play. Godspeed was the previous season, and look at the dub coming in. What a play indeed. And that means that they get $200. And Steph, how do you feel about that?
You know, this is absolutely insane, man. You know, 13-0 is just not a pleasant place to be at all. And it sounds like we're having a little bit of a rough time, a little mad about it, but that's okay. You know, Solstice coming out just so absolutely strong. 21-3 on Flipsy is absolutely insane. JSP coming out 13-2, but just dominated with an op on that map. Godspeed,
Yeah.
though, trying real hard. They did their best, but Schlam not being
Yeah.
able to pick up a kill until what, round 13?
I think he got 1 kill in round 13 and then 1 kill in round 12, and that was it.
And
That was all there
that is a rough spot to be. You know, they
That
did
really
really
is.
well on Fracture. Ascent was not their map, though. Clearly, Ascent should have been on the ban list, but it was not.
I mean, you gotta. I mean, they should have banned Haven. They should have. But 13-0 at game 3. But here's the thing: you gotta hand it to Godspeed. They made it that far in the tournament. They actually tied up the game 1-1 until game 3. So even though they did get absolutely demolished near the end, they still walk away with $75, and that should motivate them enough to come back. They won the last tournament for 50. Let's see if they're gonna come back next time. But I gotta say, special thanks to Stephazoid. Thank you for being my co-caster today. If you guys ever want to check out Stephazoid stuff, Steph, where can they find you?
You can find me on Twitch. I usually stream more than anything. Twitch.tv/Stephazoid, and on Twitter for Stephazoids. Just add a Z to that and you'll find me, no problem at all.
Absolutely. And of course, you guys can always find me on Twitch, Twitter, and TikTok, all my titties. So if you guys want to, head on over to there, it's Educatinator on YouTube or just Educast. So I really do appreciate everybody for stopping in. And a special thanks again to the Observer, Nikki, and our sponsor, NeonBlack. You guys have been a wonderful sponsor, and that's the reason why we get to pay these players and why I get to say NeonBlack 8 times a day. So hopefully you guys have a wonderful day, and we will see you in the next league, probably in maybe 2 weeks or so. So join the Discord if you want to ever compete.
You are my ecstasy when you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next touch the sky.